Yep, I think Will's already popped off, I think, so I think we're good to roll.
All right, then could I have a motion to reconvene into open session?
I'll make the motion, reconvene in open session.
Second? Okay, and this is why I have to do roll call votes, I guess. All in favor, roll call vote. Eric,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Elizabeth,
Hi.
Louis,
Hi.
and Susan.
Hi.
Aye, the motion carries. Then the first item on the agenda is public appearances. And we do have quite a few, so it will take us quite a while to read through them. I will, they're roughly, I'm following the order, we're doing them in the order in which they came. They relate basically for and against reopening, moving ahead with winter sports, supporting the referendum. Those are the basic topics, but there are 14 of them. So I will start with the first one if you want, and then I will really appreciate it if there's a volunteer after that, because the first one's took me about 9 minutes when I read it at home. So I'll start with that. So and this one was received from Chris Hibner back in September 18, and then you'll, Peter?
Just one quick point. We normally allow 3 minutes. If it's more than 3 minutes, we should stop at 3 minutes.
Well, okay, what do you think? Sometimes we do give leeway, but when we have this many of them,
Right.
That might be good. I guess that's the disadvantage of doing it in a Zoom. You know, normally you can tell the person that and they can go through and pick the important points.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not sure that I can do, so.
I would say, I mean, I'd be okay with reading everything. I don't know.
I was just gonna plow ahead and read through it because of that. I mean, I agree with you, Peter. That's why I said I asked for this to be put on the policy meeting, so we maybe come up with a better way to do these Zoom public appearances.
And then,
Okay.
Susan, do we have the letters available to help you read them if you want help?
They're all on board docs.
Okay.
They were all loaded today. So if you loaded board docs early, you'd have to unload it and bring it back up again. But they were, as of 5 o'clock, they were all posted. So the ones that were received by 5 o'clock. All right. So this is Chris Hibner of Cottage Grove. And Joyce, I assume you have all the addresses because not everybody put their addresses on here.
Yes, I have everything. Thank
I
you.
won't read the addresses. September 18, 2020. Dear Monona Grove School District Board members and administration. Since participants are not allowed to speak in person due to the current direct district methodology of conducting board meetings, I will get right to the elephant in the room, the operational model of virtual learning for all district-wide learners and the lack of perceived efforts for activities/athletics. I ask the obvious question, what is the overall objective and how is the district going to achieve it? Everyone residing in this district should know this, and yet I still wait patiently for this clarity to be communicated after 6 months. Upon the conclusion of the September 9th board meeting, I felt I could no longer wait. Time and time again, I've read and heard others in this district state that getting back into our buildings and having in-person learning is of the utmost importance. Yet I don't see this demonstrated through the actions of the district. Why aren't our 4K2 students being provided the option of having in-person learning since this was even allowed with the PHMDC emergency order? If truly the goal of the district is to resume in-person learning, then I would imagine that per an open records request, one would see constant communication between the PHMDC urging them to allow Dane County schools to open per specific requirements and or guidelines being met. Or at a minimum, one would see the requests that the Monona Grove School District have control of or responsibility for determining in-person learning and activities for all grade levels. I would also expect that this would be evident with planning activities/athletics for our children, yet the students have not seen efforts to allow use of facilities and grounds, or even any attempts to make fall low-risk activities/athletics available. As we know, many other districts are allowing activities/athletics at low risk and moderate risk, and even some at higher risk with varying modifications and accommodations. Even neighboring districts under the same PHMDC order seem to be recognizing the importance of providing options for learning and providing activities and athletics to the overall well-being of children by allowing access to facilities and lower risk activities/athletics. Two questions that continually come to mind are, one, can we encourage the PHMDC to allow learning options and activities athletics in our school district? Yes, we can, but are we willing? It does not seem so. Two, are we able to still support our students with other learning options and activities/athletics to improve their overall physiological and psychological status? Yes, but are we willing? It does not seem so, as actions that are important to our children have not been taken to address anxiety, loss of interest and purpose, increased depression, and their overall health. Under the current PHMDC metrics, Dane County must maintain a 14-day average of 39 cases or less for grades 3 through 5 and 19 cases or less for grades 6 through 12 to resume in-person instruction. Once this requirement is met, the PHMDC may, and I stress may, release a new order. If Monona Grove is going to operate solely by waiting for the PHMDC to return, we determine when we can reopen for any in-person learning and or other activities, athletics, families deserve to know this. If Monona Grove is not actively pursuing change from the PHMDC or actively, urgently developing and communicating parameters for which our buildings will become available for the option of in-person learning and available athletics/activities per the guidelines of the Department of Health, CDC, and the requirements of the PHMDC, families should know this. Due to the extenuating circumstances created by these unprecedented times, children and families have legitimate concerns and should be approved for alternative enrollment or tuition waivers should they seek these opportunities. Furthermore, since equivalent opportunities are not being provided by Monona Grove School District as are being done in many other districts, the district should work with the WIAA to encourage suspension of the transfer rule for this school year. If the emphasis is truly about caring for our families and children, then share with clarity the exact plan of action so families can make necessary decisions for their children that will support not only their learning, but even more importantly, support their overall social and emotional well-being. I truly believe I am one of the biggest advocates for student learning and education. I am not writing this to shame or blame, but also do not accept the current situation as status quo to be used as an excuse for not urgently moving forward to meet the needs of each student. So please, I ask to know, what is your objective and what actions have you taken since last spring toward meeting this objective? Has the district developed an in-depth plan that satisfies all of the PHMDC requirements that are often guidelines in other counties? What safety measures have been put into place, especially to assist with close contact tracing in school and at activities? What trainings have been done with staff, coaches, students, and athletes to better understand close contact tracing? What cleaning, disinfecting, and sanitizing procedures have been implemented? Have improvements been made to ventilation systems to help mitigate the spread of the virus? What alterations to classrooms and furnishings has been addressed, and staff pertaining to health and daily operations? What discussions and actions have been done to represent the strong emphasis of balance between the virtual learner and the in-person learning environments? How was the calendar adjusted to support virtual trainings, Ready, Set, Go conferences, activities, and athletics, etc.? What proactive planning has been done for use of facilities, activities, and athletics to demonstrate that the district truly cares about the psychological health of our children by doing everything possible to allow these activities to take place without varying accommodations and modifications? Have you considered the increased anxiety and depression that Dr. Tim McGueen, a distinguished scientist at the University of Wisconsin School of Medicine and Public Health, has stated as a real concern? The results of the impact of school closures and sports cancellations on the health of Wisconsin adolescent athletes, an article shared in June and again in August with updates, is upsetting to say the least. I recognize there are various moving parts and aligning these interrelated components takes time. However, it has been 6 months and I cannot wait any longer while I see my children and hear others being affected without any representation of action other than virtual learning. As we all know, actions speak louder than words. I am truly appreciative of the efforts of all the professional educators pertaining to their work of providing virtual learning during these unprecedented times. However, our students have and continue to need true actions from our district that meet all of their needs, interests, and passions. At some point, the district must be brave enough to deliver healthy learning environments and support all of our children, families, and staff with various learning options and extracurriculars that best meet the personal needs of each child, family, and staff member. Yes, even with the options and mitigation measures, decisions will not always be easy for families and staff. However, families will have options that will hopefully allow in-person learning, virtual learning, and some degree of activities, athletics that support the psychological as well as the physiological health of students and staff. Yes, there will need to be adjustments and ongoing alterations to always meet these objectives. And yes, our community will need to be adaptable and flexible to these adjustments and alterations. However, the district's actions must represent true effort to support the physiological and psychological health of our students and staff while reducing exposure and mitigating spread of the virus. It can be done, but each day, week, and month that pass without actions representing this to our children are vital moments that cannot be regained. The well-being of our children must be viewed much more broadly, and the responsibility of this lies with the district. Finally, analyzing data is for another time, but each of us must recognize that the situation is fluid, and there remains a great deal of uncertainty about this coming school year, and let's be honest, even the next school year. Even though I recognize this is a fluid situation, our district must lead instead of being led. I ask for each of you to choose a better story than the one currently being written by our district. Write a story that truly represents Monona Grove School District, cares about all students, all families, and all staff, by providing proper options and investments to provide learning environments that reduce exposure, mitigate spread, and allow activity that support the overall health of our adolescents and staff. In the end, I recognize you may not agree with anything that was stated, nor even believe the letter was well intended. I can unequivocally state that I composed this letter for the betterment of the district, families, staff, and most importantly, the children. Sincerely, Christopher G. Hibner, parent and Cottage Grove residents. All right, the next letter would be from Lucas Franklin. Does someone want to read that one? Peter? Peter?
I'll read that. I'll read that one.
Okay.
My name is Lucas Franklin. I am the library media specialist at Cottage Grove School. On August 13th, I held my mother's hand on the COVID ward of the hospital as she passed away after a month-long battle. My family and I were not allowed to see my mother in person until the very end. My last communication with my mother was over text message right before she was intubated. She was on a ventilator for almost a month before succumbing to COVID. I will be haunted for the rest of my life with what I saw that day. My mother had no pre-existing conditions, took every precaution she could, and yet she is not with me today. She was the most caring, kind, and compassionate person I have ever known. She dedicated her life to helping others, from caring to her brother with Down syndrome and working 34 years as a special education teacher. 6 is the number of years she got to enjoy her retirement from teaching. For the past few years, she dedicated herself to caring for her 2 grandchildren who, like me, are devastated at having their world turned upside down. Every day I cry at the thought of not having my mother in my life anymore. This is something I will carry with me forever, and will never recover from it. I write this letter in the hope that no one ever has to go through what my mother went through, nor deal with the profound loss and grief that I and my family are going through now. Going to any version of in-person education seems ill-advised at the moment, given the large number of cases in Dane County. No amount of precautions will make the teachers, students, families, and community members safe from the spread of this very deadly virus. If we are in a situation when our numbers were going down, I would advocate for going back to in-person education, but now does not seem like the time given the community spread. While virtual learning is not ideal for both teaching and learning, it outweighs holding your loved one's hand as the ventilator pumps the final breaths as they pass away. Lucas Franklin.
Okay, thank you. The next is from, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this right, Mike Tortorice. Is there a volunteer, Elizabeth?
I can read that one, Susan.
Okay.
Good evening, Dan, Jeff, and the entire board. I hope you are all doing well. Let me start by saying I'm very grateful for your time. I sincerely mean that. I am sending you this correspondence in a sincere effort to share some growing concerns many are having about the possibility of winter sports not happening. It's my hope you will at least take the time to read all of this with an open mind, as you are all in critically important positions within the school district that have influence. Your community relies on each of you and trusts you to take the feedback and at least talk about it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I keep hearing more and more that the likelihood of sports happening could be directly tied to schools not being virtual anymore. If that is indeed the case, then that is very unfortunate and in many people's opinions, a disservice to our kids, their families, and our communities. As a small business owner myself who owns and operates many health clubs in multiple states, trust me when I say I understand the logistics, planning, structure needed to provide activities under this COVID climate in the safest, reasonable way possible to people of all ages, many of whom have drastic varying individual risk factors / tolerances. It can be done in a safe manner if you're willing to put forth some effort while also implementing sensible, practical safety measures that are proven to have been working effectively so far in controlled indoor environments, and in my case, my health clubs. To give you more perspective, I have hundreds of people going in and out of my health clubs daily, and it has gone extremely well, all things considered, over the last 4 months now, parentheses, some of whom are not wearing masks due to medical exemptions or underlying issues, close parentheses. I have learned a lot and concluded during these past months running these clubs successfully in regards to COVID that there is also no reasonable way for me to, quote, 100% guarantee, unquote, that no one will contract COVID by providing activities or, in my case, access to my clubs. Trying to adhere to a standard of absolute protection is simply not reasonable and not necessary. What is reasonable is common sense safety and cleanliness measures being used and followed by people that has mitigated as much risk as reasonably possible, and it's clearly working well from my own personal experience. Some of the same principles / standards I'm using can be implemented for school activities, many of which I will list below. As you all likely understand, we are also in a mental health crisis. That isn't my opinion, that's a medical fact by experts. Stress and anxiety is at an all-time high from the reality of the world we now find ourselves navigating within. It cannot be overstated enough that the impact sports and extracurricular activities have on our kids, their families, and our community's mental health. Kicking the can down the road on activities like sports until we have absolute protections isn't a logical option or one that is fair. As leaders, I believe we owe it to everyone to at least try to attempt to provide some activities. That's all we are asking for. Make a reasonable attempt to provide some activities using controllable standards that mitigate a lot of risk to COVID. To be clear, I'm fine with virtual school at the moment, but to me that doesn't mean sports and extracurricular offerings don't just not happen by default because of virtual school. That's a short-sighted view with unintended consequences, in my opinion. These kids don't get their time back, so missing any season is almost catastrophic to many for a lot of varying reasons, including their mental health. I'll end with this. We are asking the leaders of this school district to at least make an attempt to take smart, measurable risks in allowing kids to get back to some extracurricular activities like sports. Sports can be set up in a very controllable setting that will mitigate a lot of the risk if implemented correctly. I think it's actually easier and less risk to be involved in activities while being virtually schooled, as the kids participating in sports are isolated from most of the rest of the student body, which drastically mitigates risk / spread by default. Some controllable examples. Number 1, mandate all fans and coaches to be in masks. Only players and refs can remove masks during gameplay. Number 2, no player handshakes after or before the game. Number 3, allow immediate family in to watch the games for each player, 2 to 3 max per player. No student peers of players, bands, etc. Live stream games for the student / community to watch remotely. Number 4, everyone is spaced out in the stands of at least 6 feet, which is easy to do based on number 3 above. No fans sitting within 10 feet of players' benches. Block off the first couple of rows of bleachers if needed. Number 5, hand sanitizer provided as you enter and leave. Number 6, no concessions or money exchanging hands to get in. Eliminate all unnecessary touch points, and those 2 I mentioned are easy ones. Number 7, temperature checks at the door for all using touchless thermometer. Number 8, liability waiver signed by all players and family members attending the games acknowledging said risk of participation. Number 9, team benches and game balls sanitized during halftime. If the school district is not going to move forward with, quote, attempting, and quote, controllable activities, then we, the community, would like a detailed plan on why that is and at what point do you attempt this request. If we are waiting for there to be zero risk, then school sports likely isn't happening until fall of 2021, in my opinion, and many medical experts' opinions too. The damage of going down the absolute path far outweighs the risk today of creating a controllable environment for these kids to attempt to play within. Thank you for your time and consideration. I know this email was long, but I truly believe with all of my heart it was necessary. Our kids, the families, and this entire community is depending on each of you to do the right thing here. Mike Tortorisi, Anytime Fitness owner.
Okay, thanks. And the next one is from Corey Poole. Is there another volunteer? Lorraine? Okay, thanks.
Hello, Monona Grove School District Board. Wanted to share my thoughts and conversation with Athletic Director Jeff Schreiner recently surrounding athletics and or activities within our district. If you would please take a look at our conversation, I would greatly appreciate it. To paraphrase, and in addition, my personal opinion is that virtual instruction makes sense at the moment, and sports and activities offer us a smaller, more controllable way to offer kids some safe and needed in-person activities. Taking smart, measured risks with a younger population that data shows are not at risk in a smaller setting is a great place to start. My understanding from the district is that we are taking the position that school needs to be back face-to-face before any smaller activities like sports, clubs, etc. will be allowed. That's incredibly high bar to set here, and frankly isn't logical nor fair to the students. Starting in a smaller setting, sports and other activities where you can control things better makes much more sense and allow the district to learn what works, what doesn't, etc. from the experience so that when we attempt bringing students back into the schools, we're better prepared to do so. By offering sports and or activities, you are providing a safer option than what is happening currently. Students are participating in activities, as you can see from the email below regarding club sports, for instance, and will continue to do so. However, there will be in a less safe environment than what schools would provide. By controlling that environment, sports and or activities, you're putting the district in a better situation to come back to face as well when the time is right. You won't have hundreds of kids playing in club sports, etc. In many different environments and or states, they'll be participating in school activities instead. The approach should be based in the data behind risk to kids if they get it. Their risk is essentially close to zero. Same as the flu for our younger population, obviously not the case for our older population and those with underlying health conditions like my younger daughter in the district. We had multiple girls in the basketball team get it over the summer. None had anything greater than a slight fever, which subsided after a day or two. This is consistent with the national data for the younger population. Having a plan built with that in mind, I think should be the goal and or direction here. Parents can then make decisions on if they want their child to participate. No one expects 0 cases, nor should they. That's unrealistic. Having to quarantine shouldn't be unexpected with the environment we're currently navigating. We should have a plan laid out for parents to understand so that they have a choice. I have a high-risk 13-year-old in my home, about as high as you get, 24 ventilator support, as she cannot breathe on her own. I know personally we as a family will allow our older daughter to participate in basketball this winter. We understand the risk better than most, and we should do as a family to mitigate here at our home. We've been doing it all summer already. Lastly, I really hope we're not in a situation where other counties, school districts are moving forward with winter sports based upon the WIAA's allowable guidelines, and we're sitting less than an hour away from many of them watching them make an effort to provide safe opportunities for their students while we sit back and choose to do nothing. That would be an absolute shame, especially for the seniors. This pandemic is calling for creativity, courage, and responsible action from our leaders and adults. Our kids need us to show them how to deal with adversity and challenges. This is a chance for our district to step up and do that with creativity, care, and discipline. Sitting back and not trying anything should not be an option here. Allowing winter sports and activities to move forward in some manner would come with challenges, no doubt, but it would also provide students with a safe outlet that is absolutely needed at this time. I appreciate your time and efforts during this difficult time, very difficult time. Thanks for listening, Corey Poole.
I'm sorry, I'm on mute. Thank you, Lorraine. The next would be Matt Olson. Is there a volunteer to read that one?
I'll do it.
Okay, Eric, thanks.
Good evening, Monona Grove School Board. I know these are unprecedented times and the school district is in a tough situation. I am emailing you both to please consider letting athletic teams and other clubs, for that matter, get together and have their winter seasons. I understand that right now with school being virtual, that it may seem counterproductive to let kids in the high school to do extracurricular activities, but I would suggest that it is possible with guidelines outlined by the administration. Since my daughter is a senior and lost her junior spring season and senior fall season, she has struggled to not let this situation affect her mental health. I know this is to be the case to many others in the community. I will speak for her. Sports are a big part of her life, and besides school, this is what she likes to do with her time. Since that has been taken away from her, no fault of yours, my wife and I have seen a different side of her emotionally. I felt like it has taken part of her childhood away and made her grow up far too soon. In regards to sports, I strongly feel like it can be done safely, even if you continue to do virtual schooling. I would give you this suggestion to contemplate. For instance, if you were to let the basketball team start practice with the goal of playing games, you could only do varsity, maybe even JV1, and limit the number of girls in the gym at any one time. I would also suggest the coach athletic director talking to the team before the first practice and giving guidelines on the safety protocols required to play. One thought would be to basically tell the girls that if you decide you want to play for the team, you must be okay with basically coming to practice and going home. That is it. If you are unwilling to adhere to these guidelines, then do not play. If in fact a player does not adhere and gets caught doing something that could jeopardize the rest of the team, then they would be released, suspended from the team until the coach sees fit. If in fact there ends up being a confirmed case of COVID, then the team would need to quarantine for 14 days, which would mean no practice or games. I personally know most of the girls' parents that would be on the varsity basketball team, and I also know that most, if not all, would adhere to these guidelines if given the chance to play the sport they love. I also know many people outside of Dane County are currently being allowed to play high school sports, and in most cases are being able to play their seasons with guidelines and are thriving academically and mentally. While I totally understand it would not be the same as it has been in the past, I know at this point the girls would do anything just to be able to get on the court. I would also submit that it seems to me there should be a way to let parents decide whether to let our children attend in-person school. It would seem like it should be the parents' decision, and that for the families that would want to stay still virtual, that the school should be able to live stream each class live so that the teachers would not have to lesson plan for more than one class. I will also go as far as to let you know that my daughter is immune compromised and she would jump at the opportunity to attend her last year of high school, even if only for a couple days a week. Please consider letting the winter sports clubs start their seasons, even if in-person schooling, and I know that if we think about this rationally and maybe even outside the box a bit, it can be done safely. Thank you for your time, Matt Olson.
Okay, thank you. The next letter is from David Peterson in support of the referendum. Susan, do you want to read that one?
You want me to read that?
Sure.
Dear school board, my wife and I are parents to 3 young children in the Monona Grove School District. 2 of my children have special needs, and I can tell you from firsthand experience that the district staff have worked hard to provide all my children with a world-class education. I'm writing to ask my fellow taxpayers to vote yes to renew the Monona Grove School District's operational referendum. There's a lot of misinformation out about the referendum. It is not all new revenue. It's a renewal of an expiring referendum. The current proposed referendum of 3.7 million replaces an expiring 2.6 million referendum. Adjusted for inflation, the district needs 3.1 million to replace the 2.6. The other $600,000 is to make teacher and support staff salaries more competitive. If the referendum fails, it will mean teacher and staff and support staff layoffs, which will negatively affect the high quality education our children receive. During this unprecedented time, district staff had worked hard to support all students and families, from delivering meals to engaging students through virtual instruction and striving to build family connections while we remain isolated. This crisis has highlighted the importance of our schools. Now is the critical time to invest in Monona Grove students. The impact of COVID-19 highlights the role public schools play in supporting families. Please join me in voting yes to renew Monona Grove's referendum. If we don't renew our commitment to students, there will be cuts at a time when students and families need resources the most. David Peterson.
Okay, thank you. And the next one is from the Monona Grove Education Association. Last week, we celebrated World Teachers Day, prompting the teachers and support staff of the Monona Grove Education Association to thank our community for supporting our local schools and educators. One good way to continue to be involved in schools, even during a pandemic, is to vote yes to renew the Monona Grove School District referendum. We love our students and want nothing more than to be back in our classrooms, but only when it is safe. Although for now, our schools are operating virtually to keep students safe, you can be sure that classroom educators are on the job and doing everything we can. This referendum will ensure that we have what we need to keep learning on track in our virtual classrooms, and that when it is time, when we can return to school without missing a beat. Nothing can replace the feeling of community support for local schools, and we're counting on your help. We'll keep doing our part to make sure that Monona Grove schools are tops, and we hope you'll join us on our mission by voting yes to make sure #MG soars. Sincerely, the teachers and support staff of the Monona Grove Education Association. Okay, next would be a letter from Jennifer Smith. Is there a volunteer for that one?
I'll read it. I volunteer. It's short, so I'll volunteer.
Yeah, the next one's long.
Please vote yes. This is from Jennifer Smith, treasurer of Yes for Monona Grove Schools Committee, long-term resident of Monona and former teacher at MGHS and former MGSD board member. Please vote yes to renew the Monona Grove School District's operational referendum. A vote yes will ensure the district's current funding continues without interruption. It will provide critical technology and virtual learning resources and support students during the COVID-19 crisis. During this unprecedented time, district staff have worked hard to support all students and families, from delivering meals to engaging students through virtual instruction and striving to build family connections even while we remain isolated. This crisis has highlighted the essential value of our public schools. Please join me and other community members to support our teachers and support staff so they can continue to deliver quality learning and services for our students. Passing this referendum is vital to the district's ability to keep our students learning going forward, no matter what the challenges ahead. We want to keep our goal to continue operating at the current level. We want to keep the quality we value in our MGSD schools. The referendum provides the resources needed to support robust virtual education and ensure that our students will hit the ground running when it's safe to return to the classrooms with the best possible resources. Please join me in supporting student learning and services in the Monona Grove School District by voting yes to renew the referendum. Your yes vote keeps the quality we value.
Okay, thank you. Is there a volunteer for the next letter, which is from Jason Kudina?
I can read it.
Elizabeth? Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Dear school board members, I'm writing today to share my complete disappointment and frustration with the survey that was distributed to 4K2 families last week. Once again, the administration failed to include the option of full-time in-person classes. This administration continues to bury their heads in the sand when it comes to even considering this option. All in-person and all virtual should be the choices offered to families, not a hybrid option that combines the worst aspects of virtual and in-person and will only lead to more disruptions and confusion. Had the full in-person option been included in the survey, the district would know how many students would like to return to school, determine if it is feasible space-wise, and plan accordingly. Instead, you will once again receive skewed results that do not reflect the actual wants and needs of the families you were elected to serve. I want my child to return to school, but not hybrid. As an administrator at Learning-Led Childcare, we, along with Kid Safari, made the difficult decision to opt out of the T4K program this year when we were informed that we would not be allowed to teach in person, even though all of our children and teachers would be in physical attendance in our building. We are now operating our own in-person 4K program, and every single child enrolled here and originally signed up for T4K chose our in-person program over virtual T4K. Even without a survey, this alone should tell you that many families want and need in-person school to resume. Virtual learning is failing many children, the younger K2 population in particular. Superintendent Olson's reports to the board suggest that things are going well. The crying, tears, kicking of headphones, distractions, logging out of meetings to watch YouTube, frustrations, behavioral issues, mental health breakdowns, and outright refusal to participate in virtual learning that I have personally witnessed from nearly every student every day since September 1st tells a much different story. Please read that sentence again. This is the current reality for so many young students right now. The almost complete lack of input and coordination with parents, child cares, teachers, and students themselves is shameful and embarrassing. I wonder, has anyone from the district or the board spent any time physically observing a young child in their home or childcare? Until you see them struggle for yourself, I don't think you can fully comprehend what our children are going through and the real-life consequences of your actions. Here at Learning Ladder, we have been open and caring for children ages 6 weeks to 11 years old throughout the pandemic. Our enrollment is currently near 100 students and growing. We have been operating continuously and safely in a building a fraction of the size of your schools with fewer staff and resources. With masks and a few precautionary measures, K-5 can safely return to school. Dating back to this summer, we have offered to share our knowledge, expertise, and updated safety procedures with the district on numerous occasions. That offer remains open. I urge you to drop the hybrid model completely. I am not asking that you eliminate the virtual model for families who are not ready to return, only that you offer 4 or 5 day in person to those families who are. Sincerely, Jason Kurdra, parent of a 2nd and 7th grader, Monona Grove, class of 1997, office administrator at Learning Ladder Childcare.
Okay, thank you. And the next letter is from Tamara Malone. Sarah volunteered to read that one. Lorraine, thanks.
Dear MGSD's board members, I have 3 children in the Monona Grove School District, 6th grade, 4th grade, and 2nd grade. I am asking for a return to in-person full-time education. I am a cardiology physician assistant, and I have been going to work every day despite COVID-19. I wear PPE, including a face mask and a face shield. My patients wear face masks and are screened at the entrance of the hospital. Healthcare is essential, and conditions other than COVID-19 exist and need to be treated even during a pandemic. Like healthcare, education is essential and must continue despite COVID-19 and can be done safely in person. If healthcare can be performed in a safe and an effective manner, so can in-person education. During the summer of 2020, 2 of my children attended Learning Ladder full-time. Safety measures were taken, and it was a successful summer program. Kids and staff remain healthy, and Learning Ladder never had to close. My 2nd grader still attends Learning Ladder full-time during virtual schooling, and there have been no illnesses or deaths related to COVID-19. If Learning Ladder can provide a safe environment for children and staff, so can the Monona Grove School District. My children have been participating in activities including figure skating, soccer, swim lessons, dance, hockey, including tournaments in Minnesota, and personal training. My son has had his birthday party at Urban Air. We have been to restaurants. I work out at the Princeton Club. We go to Target and Woodman's on a regular basis. We have been to the party store to pick out Halloween costumes. We have been to Dick's and Kohl's department store to buy clothes. My children go to the salon to get their hair cut. My children can do all of these things and go to these places, yet they cannot attend in-person education. So many places have created safety measures to allow in-person participation. Yet Monona Grove School District has done nothing to allow for safe in-person learning. I go to work every day. My husband goes to work every day. I see elderly people working at Target. I see young and old adults working as cashiers at Woodman's and Kohl's. Subway is open, Piggly Wiggly is open, Sky Zone is open, and they are open because they have employees that go to work. If all these people can work, then teachers can work too in school. In summary, like healthcare, education is essential and can be performed safely in person. If my children can go to stores, eat at restaurants, participate in activities, and attend full-time daycare, then they should be able to go to school. If my husband and I can go to work, so can teachers. My children need to return to in-person education full-time. You can expect a no vote from me on the $3.7 million operating referendum in my children continue virtual learning. Thank you for your time and consideration. Tamara Malone.
Okay, the next one is from Matt and Jesse Nelson. Anyone want to read it? Or like Eric? Okay.
Matt and Jesse Nelson. Hi, Dan. I hope you're doing okay during this very challenging time and being in your position. I cannot imagine the frustration given the current situation. This includes all the administration throughout the district and school board members. We are living and trying to make decisions during a pandemic that is fluid, and we are constantly facing the unknown. I appreciate your efforts to lead our district to support our community and the well-being of our students. This takes a tremendous effort from you and all staff in the district. I have been in the district since 2005 and currently have 3 daughters attending schools in the district. Overall, I have been satisfied with our district, and I am confident decisions have been made and are being made in the best interest of all students. I certainly understand this pandemic has created even more challenges, and trying to determine what is best for the community and students would be painstakingly difficult. With that said, I wanted to address the conversations that are floating around the community regarding winter activities athletics. There are definitely rumors that the district is planning to move forward with canceling winter activities athletics, and as you can imagine, has caused a great deal of alarm throughout the community. I am sure you have seen a number of recent emails regarding this particular issue. After hearing more about what might be happening with winter athletics and activities, I feel compelled to raise some questions and concerns about how the district is working throughout this decision, as well as some thoughts on the issue. Is there a process that is outlined by the district that demonstrates how this decision will be made? What are the considerations and factors that are being used to evaluate this decision? I am hoping the district can be very transparent about what is being done and demonstrating to the community the steps that are being taken in the process. Who is making the final decision? Are we waiting to be told what to do by others? And if so, who? Or what has been done as a district to navigate a path following safety guidelines to provide an opportunity for our students to participate in winter activities athletics? The Monona Grove School District can use protocols and guidelines being used by other districts, as well as become a leader in managing ways to open some doors for our students to activities that are desperately needed. The district is here to serve students, and it is the duty of all of you to explore every possible angle to figure out ways to provide these opportunities. From this point moving forward, we will never remove the risk of COVID-19. But the mental health risks of our students are at stake, and I hope all of you are doing everything you can to make winter activities athletics a reality, even if the start of the activity needs to be postponed. The district has the power to provide the safest and most equitable opportunity for students. Students will find a way to still participate in activities outside of school if needed. In some cases, these opportunities do not adhere to the best interests and safety of students, and to be honest, money is usually the most important factor. It will also not be equitable, as students that do not have resources or provided the necessary information to participate will be excluded. This could not be the case with school-sponsored activities. One of the most important points that I would like to address is what I have heard during conversations with a variety of people, is the district is making decisions based on the idea that students need to return to school first, and then activities athletics can begin. With as much emphasis and encouragement that I can possibly state, I really, really hope this is not the case. This would be horrific and does not align with the support in the community. I have heard the district has made an assumption that since most support virtual school, then they also support no activities, and this is not true. While the majority support virtual schooling at this time, myself included, they do not support canceling activities athletics. I hope this has been vetted by the district by either using surveys, public forums, whatever means necessary to get the community perspective on the issue. Activities athletics are perfect opportunities to phase students back into interaction with other students within a smaller population. There is a lot to be learned within each phase of return to activities and eventually school. To be honest, if we are not willing to take a step forward to control variables and manage risks now, I would then assume we will not return to activities athletics and school until the fall of 2021. Not taking advantage of learning about how we can navigate within smaller populations and doing everything we can do right now to move in that direction by not taking action would be incredibly disappointing. I understand you need to work within safety guidelines, and within this, I ask for all of you to question and specify the exact guidelines that are being used to make decisions. And please avoid vagueness by just naming organizations. As mentioned early, with being completely transparent, I would like the specific guidelines to be shared. This decision is far too critical, as all of you serve this community, to base this decision on the interpretation of these guidelines by one or two individuals. Please continue to question and ask how this can be done, trying to create solutions, not interpretations that create obstacles. We talk about growth mindsets. Are we truly doing this as district leaders and officials as we examine all of our options during this very difficult time? I would highlight there would need to be overwhelming evidence provided to the community as to why this cannot happen, as I truly believe, as well as many others in the community, that it can be done. I truly hope you, Jeff, Mitch, and the school board members will make every possible effort to create opportunities this winter for our students. And at the very least, please consider delaying the start of activities and do not make a decision now to cancel activities. This will have a devastating impact on students in our community. You are leaders in the district, and I hope I can trust that you are doing everything possible to support winter activities, athletics. Thank you for your time, Matt and Jesse Nelson.
Okay, thanks.
I would be happy to read Sarah's note.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening. I am hoping to add something for you to consider. There's been a large outpouring of experts disapproving continued lockdowns and school closings, especially within the last week. We've heard this type of update from WHO, CDC, the Great Barrington Declaration, etc. PHMDC has not updated their targeted case guidance since March. Since then, we have learned a lot about this virus, and according to the CDC, the survival rates have drastically increased, especially for low-risk age groups. Likewise, a large portion of children's nuanced gaps in things like mental health, social needs, activity levels, emotional support, and academics can be largely mitigated by giving families a choice to continue with the virtual format or switch back to attending school in person. Each family should have an equitable option to choose from for what is best for their situation. I would like to voice my frustration with the administration team. Their proposed hybrid plan should have been negotiated and adopted, which is a separate process from implementation months ago, and does not seem equitable in terms of time in front of a teacher. Their planning process included quite a bit of two-way compromise from teachers and staff, which was great. One thing they did not consider is input from families. I'm ashamed that our admins have not requested any input from the students' families who are so intimately involved in these different format options. There is an entirely separate side to all of these situations that the families experience. Yet to this date, neither teachers, staff, nor admins have asked families once about the ongoing process or virtual 2.0. There is quite a bit of workload dumped on parents' shoulders in this environment, as well as some very disappointing aspects that could easily be adjusted. For this to be successful, we need a collaborative effort to make our schools work for everyone, not just staff. I only hope the board will push the administration to be more open to collaborating with families in their future endeavors. Sarah Baumgartner.
Okay, thanks.
Can I comment first?
Peter?
Susan? Yeah, there was a statement in the last letter that the fatality rate or the survival rate was increasing. I just wanted to state for the record that this, according to the CDC, the infection fatality rate, which is the important number, is about 1% nationwide, and it's about 1% in Wisconsin. And there's no evidence that that has changed significantly. At the beginning of this epidemic, there was, not every case, a lot of cases weren't tested. And so the rate appeared higher, but the CDC's analysis, the infection fatality rate is still at 1%. And that's the number we still see in Wisconsin today.
Well, and Susan, I might add that technically we're not allowed to have discussion after a public comment, particularly with them not present. So I think that's an important point, and I really think it can be made, but I think it needs to be made in our discussion on redisclosure, on reopening.
But I withheld a prior comment on something I heard too, which isn't on our agenda really. But I think a clarifying question, as you know, is always appropriate. We can't ask them because the people aren't here, but I think that's fine. We had
that wasn't a question.
Let's move on to the next letter, which is from John Weinberger. Members of Monona Grove School Board, your vote on the possible resumption of in-school instruction at tonight's meeting is one of the most difficult decisions a board member will ever be asked to make. There is no correct answer to this dilemma. There can be little doubt that some students and their parents are struggling with online instruction in addition to no extracurricular activities. You are also criticized for not having in-person classes as being unfair because others are doing so. I think this is an unfair accusation brought on by frustration and confusion of what type of personal behavior is expected in the environment we are living in today. At this time, my recommendation would be to stay the course and continue on as you have so far, monitoring the situation as it develops with an expectation that in-school instruction begin when it is safe for everyone involved. The level of risk to the general population of students, teachers, and staff is too great to do otherwise. To reopen and then need to close down and return to online is also disruptive and will cause more problems than maintaining the current plan. I may not always agree with board decisions, but respect the difficult decisions you need to make. And again, that's John Weinberger, who was a former board member many years ago, or not that many years ago, but some years. It was was a board member for a long time, and is currently active in the Monona Grove Education Foundation. And I'll just read the last letter, which is from John Leffler. Dear Monona Grove School Board members, first and foremost, I can't imagine the amount of pressure you carry trying to negate this worldwide pandemic. While having a preparedness and business continuity plan is vital, the school district couldn't have written a playbook for what we're experiencing today. I recognize there are divided opinions from the school board, teachers, and parents on what course of schooling is best for our kids. I felt it was important to share an email I received from my 6-year-old kindergarten daughter's daycare teacher with the school board. I think you'll find it alarming, but it connected the dots for my wife and me. Over the past couple of weeks, we've seen our 6-year-old digress in behavior at home. As of late, she has thrown screaming tantrums you'd only expect from a 2 or 3-year-old, has bitten and hit her sister on many occasions, and desires to spend her free time at home on her tablet, which is unlike her. The only difference between today and summer is the virtual learning environment, and she had a great summer. It's time for the school board to start placing our kids' mental health at the forefront. The board made it clear they mainly have concerns about the teachers' feelings in regard to in-person instruction with kids. Do the feelings and development of our children matter? I think the school board has made substantial concessions on allowing teachers to teach their virtual classes remotely. Is there a reason why teachers haven't been teaching their virtual classes from their classrooms in the school? Where do we draw the line on basing school district decisions on teachers' feelings? Please don't confuse this with the utmost respect I have for all our teachers. In my opinion, the school board will turn down the hybrid option based on comments from last week's special board meeting. I urge you to rethink your overall plan with 4K through 2nd grade. Let's give parents the option of their kids if their kids going back to in-person instruction or continue with virtual learning. I would expect this plan has already been developed. We as parents deserve to have a voice on behalf of our kids. Thank you for taking the time to read this message along with the actual attached virtual learning experience from daycare teachers' perspective. Kind regards, John Leffler. No. Okay, that does it for the public comment. And the next item on the agenda is the order of business. And because we have a number of visitors to the board with their presentations, I guess I'm going to suggest we leave the order of business as it is. Unless
Susan, I was going to suggest that we amend the order of business due to the reopening plan and the fact that we postponed the vote. And I was going to propose that we move the board reports K down and L possible action items up after the administrative reports, and then move number 5 in possible action items to number 1.
Actually, that'd be fine. That would make some sense. Does anybody else have a thought on that?
Wait a minute, where does that put
So,
the
in other
MG
words,
21 report?
So we
We
would
should
do
do-
that. We would
That
do
would
that
change,
first.
Susan.
We would
That
do
would not
through
change.
J. We would do through item J, and then we would take L5, and I assume you're saying go through 1 through 4 then.
Correct.
And then do the board.
We
We're really
move
just
L5
flipping,
to 1.
yeah, we're just flipping K and L, basically. So
And-
MG21.
And
is
also reordering L,
And then
right?
also reordering L.
correct.
I'm in support of that.
Yeah, I
Me
think
too.
that makes sense.
Me
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, that was my concern, is I didn't want the J items to be pushed, but okay, then we will do that.
Excuse me, Susan, your policy requires a vote on that.
Oh, okay, sorry. So, Eric, do you want to make that a motion?
Yeah, I would like to motion that we change the agenda and move item L before item K, and then also move number 5 in item L to number 1 in item L.
Okay, is there a second?
I would
Second.
second. Elizabeth.
Okay,
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth has a second, okay. All those in favor, Elizabeth?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Susan Manning?
Aye.
Lorraine?
Aye.
Eric?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Then could I have a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
Motion to approve a consent agenda.
And a second? Seconded, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. We'll just do it, aye, this one. I think I can see everybody. Okay, recognitions. Dan?
Okay, so several Project Unify students and staff participated in the Special Olympics virtual run for inclusion this past week. The 8 members of the GDS Project Unify raised $680 and ran for over 170 miles during the week. 2 members of the Team MG, Ms. Rocco and Ms. Whiting, are pictured here in their run, and the picture is on the update on the board report that I just shared with you. And secondly, once a month at Taylor Prairie, students participate in Be a Buddy Day. On this day, they can talk about what it means to be a good friend. In this virtual environment, there are some optional activities that the students can do to practice being a buddy. And then with you, you have a picture of a collage of some of the awesome work our MG SOARs did in grades 4K through 1.
Okay, that it? Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good.
Could I just add one quick thing? I just wanted to recognize the Monona Grove Education Foundation with their fundraiser this year, the golf ball drop. They've raised over 16,000. We didn't have a final number just today. But we need to thank the sponsors. These funds are going to be focused on student needs, including food, clothes, equipment, technology. It's a very dedicated and committed focus this year. And many thanks to all who helped make this possible for our students.
That's great, thanks. Yeah, it was a creative idea, the golf ball drop. I'm glad it was successful. Okay, then on to correspondence. We don't have any more. We've read the correspondence that asked to be read. We probably have gotten between 50 and 60 emails from different people on reopening, both for and against, kind of, and then more recently, that included some concerns about sports. Pretty equally divided, as far as I know, between for and against virtual and going back. But that's most of the correspondence. The next item on the agenda then would be administrative reports. And the first item is the MG21 annual report. And I see Rebecca Fox-Blair and Denise Peterson here to give that report. Anybody else that I'm missing? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Oh, a few people. Okay. So who wants to start?
I'll start.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Denise Peterson. I'm president of the Monona Grove Liberal Arts Charter School Governance Board. We're better known as MG21. We're here tonight to present our annual accountability report for the 2019-2020 school year. And with me are Rebecca Fox-Blair, our executive director, and our 2 middle school teachers, Alex Mentley and Mel Zastra. I'd like to start by thanking the Monona Grove School Board and Superintendent Olson for your many years of support for our school as we've grown and now added a middle school. The MG21 board is also evolving as we address additional federal requirements for accountability and autonomy. I'm very proud of both our staff and our board. We are fully committed to learning, growing, and continuing to serve our students. Now I'll hand it off to Rebecca Fox-Blair, our executive director, to talk about some of the highlights from this year's report.
Thanks.
Hi, thank you so much. We know you have a very full agenda tonight and we're not going to ramble on. I'm Rebecca Fox-Blair. I'm the executive director of MG21. As you know, we're Monona Grove's project-based school for students in grades 6-12. In 2018, we received a 5-year federal charter school grant for $529,000 to expand MG21 and add grades 6, 7, and 8. In year 1, we purchased our furniture, we set up the school, and we hired our staff. Last year was a year of transition for us. If I was to characterize the year, I'd say it was a year of change and growth. We added 1.5 new teachers at our upper campus and opened our middle campus with a cohort of 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students and 2 new middle campus teachers in a newly remodeled and refurbished space. And we ended our year like everyone else, virtually and online. Throughout the year, we learned a lot about what worked and what didn't. We developed a better understanding of what kind of middle schoolers learn best in our project-based setting. Our staff developed new project-based curriculum specifically designed for middle schoolers. We expanded our restorative justice program, and we built a new community. And looking at the accountability report, you will notice that our performance measures overall, you'll notice in our performance measures that overall our students made growth in social emotional skills as seen in our HOPE survey data. You'll also notice growth in math and reading, although we are missing our end of year iReady data due to the school closure. You'll also note that enrollment at our upper campus is strong. We're at full capacity to start this year. Enrollment at the middle campus fluctuated last year and is a little lower than we hoped this year due to the fact that we weren't able to hold our open houses and invite families into our schools. We weren't even able to have our 10-year anniversary open house. This past year, we continued to address equity through incorporating restorative practices into our curriculum with strong circle keeper training at both the upper and middle campuses and restorative justice training for all our staff in the spring and summer. The impact of that could be seen in many ways throughout our school, including the drop in our suspension rates over the past 3 years at the upper campus. This spring and summer, we developed our priority standards for grades 6-12, and we'll pilot them this year. Also in the report, you'll see curriculum summaries for both the middle and upper campus, financial summaries of our annual budgets, and the annual parent and student survey data. As a teacher-led school this spring, we moved more fully into a shared leadership team model with staff taking ownership of areas related to the management of our school. You'll see these teams in the section titled Shared Leadership Teams, Summary, and Continuous Improvement. Here, you'll find areas that we've identified as in need of improvement, including increasing parent participation in our annual parent satisfaction survey, which we plan to do by offering the survey earlier in the year during our spring family learning partnership meetings. We've also continued to work to improve our math program, and we've developed new integrated math courses. Math is still an area of growth for us, and we're working with district math coach Matt Hayden to improve, refine, and expand our instruction. Subsequently, math instruction is one of our areas of focus for MG21 staff professional development this year. Other continuous improvement goals are improving our college career readiness program, further developing our outdoor education program, and improving our overall data collection. Although this was a year of great change, we ended our year with a strong foundation on which to continue to build and move forward. And so we'd like to end by just talking a little bit about what this year looks like for our new middle campus and to share a few highlights of this year so far. I'm going to let Alex and Mel wrap things up.
Thanks, Rebecca. So as Rebecca mentioned, during our first year with students last year, we really came to realize in the middle campus the importance of helping students understand what exactly project-based learning is all about. We also know that building a community, particularly in a virtual environment, is essential to the well-being of students at this time in particular. And so we came up with the idea of doing a PBL boot camp. Our first project spoke to our community as we worked with students to analyze social contracts from history and around the world as they began to develop expectations for themselves and for each other. They decided that at MG21, we are a community of trust where we are accountable to each other to participate, care, respect, and take responsibility within our learning environment.
Our second project this year gave us a chance to dive more deeply into the PBL process. Because we highly value both outdoor education and place-based learning, we chose to frame our second projects on the MG21 school garden. Students chose between one of two projects: creating garden signs or starting a school orchard. I led students in the orchard project with the goal of answering the question, how can we design an orchard in the MG21 school garden and benefit the bees and provide fruit for our community? As a group, students worked through the project process to plan their research questions. Through a survey, we identified the trees that students and staff at our school would be interested in, and each student became an expert on one of the top 3 trees by answering their research questions. Finally, we developed a proposal to gain approval to move forward with purchasing and planting trees, and we invited an authentic audience of district leadership who could give consent for our project. Last Thursday, students gave their proposal presentation and answered questions about the project, and we got approval to move forward with it. Presenting to an authentic audience is one of the key pieces of project-based learning because it helps students see a purpose for their learning, increasing motivation and engagement. Now, students are looking forward to starting our orchard as well as a prairie that will help support our bees.
The other project that I led during this time was a garden sign project. During this project, we asked the driving question, how can we build durable and noticeable signs that will help beautify and keep our garden organized? Once again, this is one of those place-based projects that is so important to helping our students connect with our school area and grounds. During this project, students researched supplies they would need to carry out this project, how to actually build a sign out of materials, and how they would design the signs to be noticeable. We engaged the help of an expert, Mr. Scott Murray, and we actually interviewed him about what materials would be best and which materials would last the longest in an outdoor garden setting. Students received materials at their homes, and they worked in their own personal garages and workshops to build a sign together. On Google Meet, we worked together and built a sign. Some students had the help of their parents and some students worked independently, but they all ended up being able to fully complete a wooden sign that they then designed a prototype for as far as their painting was concerned, and then fully painted and polyurethaned the sign. This coming Friday, I'll be stopping by to pick up the signs from their homes and bring them back to school to add to our garden this coming spring. Those students also had the opportunity to present to an authentic audience of their peers and their teachers to be able to share what they created in this unique way that's connected to our school. After completing both of these challenging projects that required our students to step out of their comfort zones by learning new skills and presenting to that authentic audience, we are excited to celebrate their perseverance and determination, and even came up with some "I survived" t-shirts to mark the occasion, which we'll be giving out to them at their next supply pickup.
And we'll be continuing to guide students in our teacher-led projects as they begin working on their own personal individual projects. In November, we will be offering teacher-led projects on the sights and the sounds of civics to help students think about their place in our country and in our state and in our city.
Thank you so much, Alex and Mel, and thank you to the Monona Grove Board of Education for your support and for having us here tonight. There's a quote about change I'd like to end with. Change is hard at first, messy in the middle, and gorgeous at the end. This year was a hard year for us, and we're hoping to be moving on from the hard part and moving forward into the gorgeous part. And I just wanted to ask if there were any follow-up questions that I could answer about the accountability report.
I would like to say thank you, Rebecca, Mel, and Alex, for all the work that you do. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's great and very thorough report. And I appreciate those last full descriptions of the activities this year. That's great. Interesting to hear what you're doing. Anybody else have questions or comments,
I
Peter?
just-
Yeah, first
Peter.
of all, I want to thank you and congratulate you for the thoroughness of that report. It really shows that you care about this and take accountability seriously, and I really appreciate that. My question would be, in a normal year that at this moment would be, what did you learn from your first year of the middle school, and what are you going to do different? However, you can comment on that if you want, but things have been so bizarro that I don't think it's a fair question to ask.
I think that the biggest thing that we learned was the importance of really leaning hard into our project-based learning and leaning on each other. And I'm sure that's what other teachers will say in other buildings as well. But we've worked really hard to unify our school staff and to unify our 612 students. And I think that was a really important lesson for us from last year.
Thank you.
Susan, you had one?
I just wanted to, again, thank you for all you've done and tell you how much I missed your graduation ceremony in person, because that's such a moving, incredibly wonderful experience. So thank you again for building what you've built.
Elizabeth?
Hi, thank you for your presentation and report. And it sounds like you guys are doing some really great, fun things. I actually have a question about your report. I'm really excited to see all the focus on restorative justice and restorative practices. I think that's really great. I'm having a little bit of a difficult time interpreting the percentage table that's in here. So just curious if you could just describe, when it says 100% of all students participate in restorative circles, is that all students who are eligible because of a violation? I'm just trying to get a sense of what the percentages represent.
So we don't use restorative justice as an alternative to discipline,
Okay.
or we use it throughout our whole program. It's integrated. So the circles that we offer are welcome circles to new students, support circles to students who are struggling. We definitely do use it for conflict resolution, but it's just one of the pieces.
Awesome.
So when we say 100%, they're participating either in the context of they themselves are the student who the circle is for, or they're participating as a support student or a circle keeper.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Lorraine?
I want to say, echo the same thing that our school board members are saying, that this is a great presentation and we appreciate all that you're doing. And I can personally attest what you're doing with my daughter. What would you say is the biggest challenge with the virtual learning with students this year?
I think it's just really hard for them. I think, it's hard for us to be on camera and to be virtual for long periods of time. It takes a lot of energy to kind of be, inspiring and motivating through a camera. And it's hard for the students, I think, to really feel like, they can connect. I think Mel and Alex and the other teachers at MG21 have done an amazing job of trying to build community and trying to connect with students. All of us spend at least 30 minutes a week meeting individually with our students in our advisory. And we really work hard to try to build those relationships and lean hard into that. But I think it's just a real challenge for students. And I think it's challenging for new students who are coming in to our district or to our school to get to know each other in the virtual world.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else? Okay, well, thank you all very much for, an excellent report, and thanks for your time tonight. And hopefully we can come to a live graduation. Your virtual one was good, but hopefully it'll be live this year.
Well, thank you for wedging us into a very busy agenda. We really appreciate you taking the time to hear from us. Thank you.
Thanks. I always look forward to this. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, then the next on the agenda is an athletics update with Jeff Schreiner.
And I'll introduce here, first of all, and you may know that, annually, Jeff generally gives an update, kind of a summary of year-end activities and so on. Tonight is not a written report, but just a kind of a status of what's going on in as far as a process. moving ahead, and he can share with you a little bit about how that works. And I'll just kick it off to some of the emails that you received earlier, and in fact, even a couple of the statements that were read during public comment. There appears to be a little bit of confusion, regarding what is currently orders or versus, guidelines, for us to follow. All parents were communicated with at the beginning of the school year, and a letter from Jeff, when we had to postpone the fall season, as you know, has been rescheduled to the spring. And that was based upon the current order from Public Health Madison-Dane County. And that order still exists today. So there are no competitions allowed in Dane County for medium high risk sports. And so at this point, it's just a matter of waiting to see if there's any chance that order would be revised or lifted, prior to the winter season. And we've been talking about timelines and so on. And so that's kind of to give a little bit of context to, that decision-making process. But with that, Jeff can provide a little bit more specific about, what his role is involving with that and any communications. And then you can certainly, any questions that you might have with that as well.
Dan, can I just ask a clarifying question real quick with you regarding the no sports in Dane County? Does that include private schools?
It does.
So Edgewood is not doing any sports right now?
They are doing them all outside of Dane County.
So the clarification from Dane County is that you cannot have sports within Dane County, but you could schedule sports outside of Dane County with other districts that are willing to do that. Am I correct with that?
Right. There are no competitions allowed in Dane County.
Okay. Thank you.
And then there's, and Jeff, I think, is very well aware of what they're doing. And so he could speak to that if you have questions.
Okay, thanks, Dan. And I'll just kind of speak and kind of bring you up to speed with where we've been since, let's go back to July. In July, we tried to explore and tried to create a small group opportunities to bring back, not sports related, because at the high school, we do look at all kids and not just kids in sports. We'll take a look at kids in fine arts, and we'll take a look at kids involved in our activities. And so when we're talking about bringing back small groups, it is larger than just the sports scene. There's complexity with that, but yet there's, as we look at the equity to it, we try to explore those. In July, we tried to bring back some small group activities out on our outdoor fields to try to meet the guidelines, but also explore and engage our coaches with the students that were involved in doing that. We tried to activate our strength and conditioning program to try to get some investment in that and try to grow that forward. That was a pretty fluid time, and it was pretty not as well understood as I think it is now for us. The guidelines were rapidly changing on us, and trying to inform timely was a challenge because, right, like we were trying to inform, it was changing on us and stuff. So we waited to see what the WIA was going to give us in terms of guidance in August. In that wait, we were hitting pause time and time again. That was in July. We rolled into August. I started to activate a communication link to our coaches to try to engage them with up-to-date information on a timely basis. That came out every Wednesday with what I knew. That was coming out of superintendent's reports. That was coming out of Badger Conference reports. That was coming out of our state associations and national federation reports. It was fluid on all levels with that, but I felt there was a streamline of communication that I could afford to our coaches and stuff. We rolled into August, and at that time we learned from the WIA what their guidelines would be for us. As a Badger Conference, we pushed out the recommendation in the statement that we were going to suspend the Badger Conference season as a Badger Conference. And we had, our complexity is the number of schools we have in different counties within our conference. We have 9 schools that actively chose to participate in fall sports. And then we have our Dane County schools that chose to activate maybe some minor risk sports. And then there were some of us that chose not to do any sports. Those are the schools that chose not to do any sports. We punted those to the alternative spring season in hopes that we could get a better sports season experience out of that. Some of the challenges Monona Grove had that other districts do not have is we share some facilities, or we rent or use some out of district facilities for us. Although other school districts can set up a cross-country race, we're not allowed to do that in Dane County parks or anything like that. So that was some of our challenges that we went with. all of that together, we decided that our best foot forward would have been to take the alternative season for all of our sports seasons. And that's where it rested with our fall season. Along that line, we just didn't sit back and do nothing in the fall season, though. It's like every day I continue to learn, not only through different Zoom meetings that are offered to us nationally, but also our state association has done a great job in terms of engaging us with what's going on throughout the state. Locally, though, we have, like I said, 9 schools that are participating and are actively hosting fall sports seasons right now. I've went to some of those events in swimming, cross country, and football just to check it out to see how they're letting people in to observe and be a part of that event, to see how they're letting their dance teams perform, to see how they're handling officials. So I feel like I've been on deck to observe all of that and try to get a clear mind as far as how we could bring that, if allowed, to host and activate our sports seasons. That in itself does not come without a challenge to the athletic directors that are doing that. It's still pretty fluid for those folks. They're on the front line with all of their sports as they're offering those. Some schools are running into reported cases. It's pretty tenuous right now, just because they're into the tournament, or they're going to be entering the tournament season of the fall sports. And if there are reported cases where they do have to hit pause for their sports seasons, that's going to impact their play in the postseason. So they are being challenged with, what do we do with some kids? Girls golf and girls tennis are actively into their tournament season right now, but yet some schools have reported cases and may have jumped from a hybrid or an in-person type setting into a total virtual, and some sports have paused. They have administratively had to make some decisions with what they have going in some other sports. So the challenge with that is still on for those schools that are offering, and we still continue to learn. The guidelines that they have put into place to bring structure for all of their sports is the wheel. And that wheel has been shared with all of us throughout the Badger Conference, if we are hosting or if we are not. So to have guidelines at Monona Grove, we have those guidelines. That wheel is with us. What we need to do is we need to take a look at our own setting and look to see how we can apply that. We've had the pause button put on us right now in terms of hosting anything. That doesn't mean we don't have any guidelines or anything like that. For our sports now that school has started, we have activated, we're meeting bi-monthly with our coaches. That's all coaches. And then I will jump that out to individual head coaches Zoom meetings as needed. Right now we're in preparation with our winter season coming on us. Monona Grove is also the lead school for the conference. So my role and responsibility is, today we had a Badger Conference meeting. I lead that meeting, and we go through different discussions. Today we talked about guidelines with our winter seasons and how we prepare for that. Taking what our fall schools that are hosting, what they have learned and what they will bring into the winter season. I can tell you that we have full schedules for all of our winter sports. We have officials hired. We've explored workers. We've started looking at all of that stuff in hopes that we can run a season. So we are not like sitting back and hoping that there's nothing going to be for our kids. We continue to explore that and would take advantage of opportunities that we can. The small group activities, we've had schools within Dane County try to get things in motion. That's the wheel for the Dane County schools. And they, although have put some great effort into that and try to get them going, they still are running into challenges to actually explore those. So yes, we would like to do that, but we are faced with some internal challenges as well. But we also look at more than just sports as we're going to do this. Dan and I have been in some conversations as well to try to continue to explore this, as well as Mitch at the high school with the other administrators to see what we can do. So I feel like, my preparation, do I feel like I'm in front of what's going on and know what it is? I would say I am. I sit in Zoom meetings that are offered, not only through Without Our State, but other states. We try to pull that in front of us. What I'm doing right now is I'm engaging conversations with our winter coaches, and we've created sport drives to where they have a COVID folder within it, and they have the guidelines placed within there. And what they're working on right now is taking a look at the WIA shared guidelines, National Federation shared guidelines, and then we need to see how we can apply those at Monona Grove High School in competition, but also in practice. We've also activated a virtual framework for our coaches to work within if we go into a virtual type season. What I shared with our coaches is last spring, that was unprecedented. That was pushed on us pretty rapidly. We did the best we could to get through that spring season with our coaches communicating virtually and just having a quick shut off to that season. I shared with our coaches that we are in precedent times right now where we know there's a possibility that it can be virtual. So our fall sport coaches have had the opportunity to not really activate a virtual season fully yet because they still have their alt season coming up. So they still have a little bit of time with that. But our winter coaches are looking at the possibility of a virtual season. And if so, they do have framework that they can look to best build their practice schedules and also communication with students and parents. Right now, we're looking to set up our sport meetings for our winter season. I've shared with coaches that even if we were in a virtual model, we still need to have a parent meeting for each sport just to kind of share communications with parents as far as what the expectations are going to be with that season, if it's virtual or in person. So we're still right in stride with where we are going into our seasons. And we're actively waiting each day what we hear from public health in terms of if we're going to be able to go or not. The Badger Conference is looking at the possibility if the Dane County schools are not able to proceed like they were in the fall, then we still have 9 schools that need to alternative plan and best do what they can do according to their county guidelines and get competitions and stuff like that. So again, our conversations are daily and we continue to explore these things. We are starting to pick up speed in terms of communication with our coaches and working with that and taking a look and exploring our options with that. So that's kind of a quick snapshot that brings us up to where we're at. And I would entertain any questions you guys would have. Eric.
Jeff, thank you for the update. I appreciate it. A couple questions. So can you just give an overview of what our winter sports are? I'm assuming basketball, wrestling, volleyball. Am I missing some?
Yeah, there's no volleyball. We have boys and girls basketball, gymnastics, boys and girls hockey, boys swim, and wrestling.
Okay, thank you. And
but in that, Erica, just to share though, but in that we are in cooperative seasons with girls hockey and wrestling. Wrestling will co-op with McFarland, and girls hockey will co-op with. There's a number of schools. There's 8 schools in that co-op.
Okay, and then I kind of asked this with Dan, but I'm curious to hear what you think about it. So the status of the winter sports right now, from what I understand, from what you just presented and the documents, is that in Dane County, there is some significant limitations because we're in Dane County to move forward with the winter sports season. And we don't have all the information we need yet, but so what is your or the district's, I guess, how do you feel about winter sports and scheduling outside of Dane County with other schools? And this would, of course, maybe depend on the reopening plan, but I'm just curious what you think about the possibility of that as an option.
Well, first off, right now we're only allowed to look at our low-risk sports that are being offered, and so we would be looking at boys swim and gymnastics. Gymnastics, we rent the facility for our season at Madison Turner's. A couple of weeks back with our coach, we investigated that in terms of what their procedures are. Would they even allow us to come in with a program? They do have processes in place for their clubs, but they're also a facility that rents to clubs, both volleyball and gymnastics. And so it's not a lock that we would have that opportunity for that space, but yet they are not telling us no at this time. And we're comfortable with the guidelines and the processes they have in place there to explore that further. Swim, we are still within our swimming pool. That's a facility that's not just for our swim program, but it's also for community events as well. And that has not been open. So we have made no promises or anything with that. Exploring outside play, we take a look at that in our scheduled sports seasons. We have non-conference play. A lot of our non-conference play is outside of Dane County, and they're with schools that we would typically see in postseason play. So to put that on your schedule, you would be looking at a potential team that you would match up with in postseason play. So where we're at right now in our timing is some of those schools are contacting us from the outside and saying, hey, we're seeing what's happening in Dane County and the possibilities are the way they're looking that you guys might not be able to do anything. Where are we at with scheduling this event? Because other conferences in and around us are being challenged as well with their county guidelines. So right now, those schools that have us as a non-conference opponent are looking at it saying, are you going to be able to go, or do we need to find someone else? And so as we roll forward with this, the other day in our boys basketball, we just lost an opponent at Elkhorn just because I couldn't tell them that there's no guarantee that we're going to be able to do anything. And I wouldn't fault them if they want to pick an opponent that they have a better chance of playing. And that's what they chose to do. So we're in the situation right now where we have some outside opponents that are taking us off their schedule. Boys hockey lost a tournament in Wisconsin Rapids. It's not because they were just playing us. That was a tournament that's not going to run as well. So our schedules are they're intact, but they're becoming fluid because people are squaring up and making sure that they have opponents that there's a stronger possibility that they could play. So as far as looking outside the conference and locking those in, our transportation is one where I still do not know how that would look in terms of what Nelson would provide us as far as a full capacity bus, a certain number of passengers on the bus. I'm uncertain in terms of what that would look like or how we would put that together, because with basketball, we would roll 3 levels of play in one night. And so when you take a look at, allowance of who's coming in, I was telling Dan today, it's not just we're looking at team members, it's also who comes into that team. It could be cheerleaders for some schools, it could be whatever other people. So we continue to explore that, but to ask Eric in terms of looking at, and I don't know if you're asking if we were to do a total schedule outside of Dane County, if we could do that. Where we're at right now is we would try to provide the best opportunity for our kids. And if we were exploring that, we would try to see what we could get. Now understand that in the fall, there were some Badger Conference schools that played teams like Lake Mills, Lakeside Lutheran. Those are non-Badger Conference schools. If we were on a normal season, they would be a lower division school or a different division school. And therefore, we might not be playing them just because they don't fit within our division or our conference. But it was, as we went out of the fall season, we were loading up schedules to play whoever they could get on them and taking the competition rather than a no-show.
Okay, so what is your best estimate? You're saying that we have winter sports on the schedule right now. Based on your position and experience, what do you think is going to happen once we get to that point, which is coming up pretty quickly?
For our winter sports in the Badger.
Yeah, will our student athletes be playing in winter sports, be playing games in the winter?
It's an uncertainty right now. I know the Dane County schools would, you look at a lot of the Big 8 schools, they're in their meetings discussing the same thing. What's the reality of that? And, so in our conversations, there's different scenarios that are going out there. Some schools, they can look to the second half of the season and saying, do we hit pause now and do we try to wait it out and see if there's any orders that change? And then there's some that are in the uniqueness or the diversity in our conference is we have 9 schools that don't have to hit pause. Their county guidelines are allowing them to proceed full speed. And so we put a matrix together within the Badger Conference to list out, if it was today, would you be able to play? And so as that comes together, there are schools that are putting on there right away that they're allowed to go, like Sauk Prairie. They can put forward that they're full speed ahead because that's what they did in the fall.
Yeah.
I can't answer that right now in Dane County because like Dan said, our order right now is there's no competitions. So I would have to list no across the board for winter sports, although that's not the answer I want to say I want to vote on right now because we hold out hope that if an order changes, we're ready to go. But I would tell you that if an order did change, we can snap into go ahead with our sports.
Okay. And then one more question. What happens if we are pushing fall sports to spring? What happens to spring sports then?
The WIA has modified that season already. And so what they basically did is they've shortened the winter season by 2 weeks and they've pushed back the spring season by 2 weeks. So actually the state tournament for track is on July 3rd, where typically that's done right around graduation time for us. So they wedged in that alternative season in between the winter and the spring. And so that's a tight fit there. And there's no guarantees with Wisconsin weather that when we go into that alt season that we're going to have bluebird days and ready to go with that. So that challenge does lie ahead of us.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
When would that start, Jeff? That when you just talked about wedging it in between, roughly?
We're looking at March 26th, 25th,
March,
26th, kind of right in there.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. Okay, Susan?
So Jeff, Edgewood was playing football games outside of Dane County, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And aren't they a Badger Conference school?
They are.
So are any other schools like McFarland or Oregon or Verona playing football outside of Dane County?
They are not. McFarland is in the Rock Conference, and their conference also decided to suspend their fall season. There are schools within the Badger Conference, DeForest, Wanakee, and Watertown that did allow. Well, Watertown was a little bit more wide open, but Fort Atkinson was one. They did allow their minor sports to participate, and that is girls golf, girls tennis, and cross country. But all the other schools, Stoughton, Milton, and Oregon, well, Milton's not in Dane County, but Oregon, Stoughton, and Monona Grove did not decide to do any of the fall sports seasons.
So, I mean, was Edgewood different being a private school? I would guess it would still be bound by Dane County rules. So that was an individual decision that the Edgewood administration made. Again, I think my question is, could you do that?
And Dan, you could probably help speak to that in terms of at your level. What
Yeah.
you're.
So Jeff, I know knows how they did that to get around the order. So the other part, real important piece to understand, there is the order that prohibits the competitions within Dane County. School sports are also subject to the mass gatherings order. So for outdoors, a maximum of 25 individuals, but must maintain 6 feet physical distancing, which essentially means you cannot have a typical practice where students, they can't come within 6 feet of one another. So again, Jeff can talk about how Edgewood's done that, but my understanding is they're practicing as well outside of Dane County. And so when it comes to the winter sports, we have mass gathering maximum of 10 individuals. And so no more than 10 students at a time could be in a gym, maintaining 6 feet physical distancing.
So the only way to even consider like football would have been to have your teams practice outside of Dane County and only play outside of Dane County. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, and of the football games statewide that were scheduled for last Friday, more than half of them were canceled due to COVID cases. So it just shows you there's the rolling closures in the sports area as well.
And then, Jeff, I just wanted to ask, we've had an inquiry about pool use. Again, the seniors are always asking when they can come back up here and swim. And then other groups like club groups have asked about use of the pool. But it sounds to me, and I think the explanation was quite good, that you still are enforcing, you can't have more than 20 people, and you still have to have a 6-foot distance, right?
Correct.
And if you're swimming, you're not wearing a mask. Unless you're wearing
and what schools have done that hosted swim meets this fall, the athletic directors have done a nice job of being creative. And what they've done is when the kids have come into the school, they have their mask and they'll hand them like a freezer baggie to put the mask in. So they'll wear their mask on the pool deck. When they go to get on the starting block, they'll put it in that freezer baggie and set it down by the starting block. They swim their event. When they get out, they put the mask back on and they head back over to the bench and stuff. It is a different atmosphere, but again, we've been through to try to set up as best we could to kind of control that environment and meet those needs. But it does, when you start to bring community in, it presents a different, not really a bad animal, but it presents a different animal, because you start to take on what some people feel they want, but yet what the guideline is in place doesn't offer and stuff. And so there's different challenges with that.
So have any of the Badger Conference schools been swimming in Dane County? Could they do that? No. Okay.
But again, we have 7 counties within the Badger Conference.
Right.
So you got Badger Conference schools that are all around us.
Right.
Okay, Lorraine and then Peter. Lorraine, you had a question.
Yes. Jeff, thank you for your report. I have 2 questions. First question is, if sports are in session, what is the protocol if a student or staff member contracts COVID?
Oh, yeah.
Well, the protocol would be then is we're going to have to suspend, and that's one we haven't had an opportunity to activate in the fall right now. That would be one where, again, I would meet with Dan and Mitch too, so we'd have our process clearly understood. We'd present that to our coaches kind of going forward. And we'd have to have direct communication with our kids and parents in terms of reporting. Because again, you can hear that they're like in the summer, one of the people wrote in that there was some kids that contracted it during the summer and stuff. That was not announced to the school or anything like that, but yet we would have to have total transparency with that, because we would have to shut that event down for the recommended period of time. And then we'd have to have, negative results coming in before we could activate that again. We do have some Badger Conference schools that are experiencing that. And so they've been in and out of that, and they talk about that. And what they do say though, is that you got to be right up front before that season starts, and you got to make sure it's real clear to them.
So if Jeff, could you just add to that? If they have a positive player on the football team, do they quarantine the entire team? What's the response?
Well, you're in small groups, and so the strategy is that as you separate your small groups and stuff, it could be that pocket that group, that person that tested positive with, that whole group gets suspended, and then the others could still be a part of what they had going on. But so each team or program could be in a different scenario and stuff like that. But it's a really not much different than what you're seeing on TV with your NFL teams or your college programs and stuff. When they have to shut down, your programs are going to get shut down for a minimum of 14 days.
Thank you. I have one other question. You talked about virtual practice. What does that entail?
Well, what we found in the springtime is, our coaches had to activate it real quick. We jumped in, we learned about Zoom meetings real quick, and we started activating them, and we were into those. What we were basically doing as well as coaches, and our spring coaches did a nice job as far as sharing out, and I can share that with you as a board as far as their report, what they took away from their season. And although they worked probably twice as hard as any other season, they really left that spring season with the feeling of, did I do enough to reach the kids in that virtual setting? So that was all new to us. But what we learned is that if we go into a virtual setting that we know we had some time to prepare for that, and we know it's going to be virtual, if we do a practice plan, we still have to push goals on our kids in our program. We still have to identify roles, and we have to learn a way to work those, that personal growth for those kids that are involved in that sport. So a typical practice would take a look at, how do we physically challenge the kid? How do we mentally challenge the kid? And how do we emotionally challenge that kid within that time frame? And so the challenge would be on our coaches to explain that, how you're in an hour or an hour and a half time, how you're going to take all those 3 domains and kind of work your kids through that, rather than just sit and talk at them about the game or whatever sport they're involved in. So that's a challenge, and we have to meet that challenge of the kids, because that's all we have to work with if we're in a virtual type setting. And no different than what I think our classroom teachers are doing too, with some of their activities, where push them out to go, and encourage them to do those different activities and report back. But our coaches would still go one-on-one with kids to do their, congratulations, you're on this team. What do you feel your role is in this? We'd still have to do our mid-season check-ins with kids and also the end of the season and try to grow those student athletes through that season, because that's the only time we have with them. And when you take a look at a varsity level student, they're on a different page, but what really gets me too is our lower levels, that development, to lose a season or lose a year with those kids, that is tough, because they're at that age only one time. And as they go through that in person, that's huge growth for them in those lower levels. And if they have to pass through that without any opportunity, that is tough adjustment for them. And we could see numbers where all of a sudden they decide not to go out because they didn't have the confidence to grow through that sport experience.
If we have to go that route, have you already started the planning process for that?
For the virtual setting, the
Yes.
virtual framework? Yeah, all of our coaches, so our last coaches meeting, which was 2 weeks, the end of September, 29th was the first one. We laid that out there for our coaches. That, like I said, they all have their sport drives now, and that's in there. And so as our winter coaches, I'm passing through right now to have my preseason prep meetings with them. And as I have those, we're talking in person, and but we also have that virtual component in there. So their coaches are aware that virtual framework is there. They need to start opening that up and explain and start to work with that. And that's one of those things in my position. I can't hold the hand of each of our coaches and say, do it this way. My position is to provide them the framework and monitor and and work with them to see how they're doing with it. No different than administratively as we're working with our teachers at the high school right now.
Thank you.
Yep.
Peter, I'm sorry, Susan, Peter was next.
I know,
Sorry.
but it's
follow up.
on that question. It's just the next step on that question. So Jeff, how do they do virtual practice for like hockey? They're not on the ice. Is it mostly an exercise program? Is that what you're telling us? Or swimming?
Yeah, well, they'll have their virtual meetings, and they'll do that in person, or they're in their Zoom meetings, just like what we're doing here tonight. They can outline their activities that they need to do and report back. And our coaches have been through that. They've been doing things off the ice at every season right now anyway, even when we were in person. So there's a lot of growth that goes on about being, a responsible teammate, and how your role is important to the program. All of those things that still can kind of come in with it. Our coaches, though, when they've never had to switch totally to a virtual type season, so that's what the challenge is going to be on them. And it's going to be one, they need to take the time and figure that out and how to grow that. And that's no different than if they watch game film. They can still pull in a game film and give scenarios about, what do we do in this type of situation, and take a look at that stuff. But again, Susan, what they don't have is that in-person happening where they can take that visual and bring it to the kid. That element, if we're virtual, is going to be gone. And that's going to be the challenge.
But again, the next piece of that question is, I know how difficult that is for them, is the actual, like for hockey, the actual skating on the ice. I mean, you can do that virtually with Zoom if you've got a kid on the ice, but I mean, we're not going to be able to offer kids opportunities to get on the ice, right?
Correct.
Or in a swimming pool.
Correct. So their physicality part of it might be, on their own. They're still doing, if it's basketball, they're dribbling, they're doing ball handling skills, all of that type of stuff. Hockey, they can do some dry land activities, and same with swimming and stuff, but that's going to have to be created and laid out in the planning of the coach.
Okay, so it's dry land. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Peter?
Non-athletic activities also serve quite a large number of students. Do we have any? What's going on there?
Well, you take a look at our band. You can't just take your band students and put them outside and say, hey, you're outside, go ahead and play. College programs, what you'll see is they'll have the coverings over their horns. And so we would have to, it's almost like a mask for your horn. We would have to get those in all of our wind instruments and stuff. But then we also have to have the mask of the student. You'll see where they put the instrument up to their mouth, their mask has a slit in it. So we would have to go through those. And again, it'd be working with our advisors in those programs in order to understand their guidelines and how we how we implement those and respectfully and hold kids responsible for that. But again, what we would look for is if there's an opportunity to small group that, how would that look? You know, and that's a challenging piece as well. You got choir students. That's those fine arts might be even harder to do than a sport. But you know, we have some pretty talented advisors and stuff too that have been around the guidelines and in their comforts. They could work those guidelines to see if there's a possibility. And if there is a possibility, you know, we could explore that and see if we could make that happen. But I do believe that the people that we have working with all of our programs are tuned in and aware of what other programs are doing. They're in communication. I was talking today with our band director, Cara Collins, and she was, you know, she's got a good network of contacts that she stays in touch with too, because she's trying to learn. How are you guys able to do this? And yet we in Dane County cannot.
Do we have any idea, or do you have any idea of how many of our activities are doing something right now? Like we had heard earlier that forensics was planning to continue just on Zoom. I just wonder if there are any other things.
Yes, Susan, thanks for asking that. And I should have said something earlier, but we did activate a virtual activity fair on September 30th, because right now what we also found too is we have no registration of any students in any of our extracurriculars. That's how we started the school year. And when we started the school year, you know, it was pretty pressed. You know, our teachers were coming in, they were switching to virtual, and they're getting everything on board too. And it's not like we forgot about it, but we just kind of held back and let's get that school year started. We just passed through a virtual activity fair where, with the help of Brian Jefferson, one of our advisors and coaches, put that together, and our advisors and coaches had that opportunity virtually to share that with students. What we got out of that was we were up close to about 400 or 500 students that have demonstrated what they're interested in participating in. So we're working right now. We've shared the list back with those advisors, and now we're giving them time to work and kind of true up their rosters. Those rosters will come back into us now, and we'll load those into groups. And then we have a filter for each of those activities. So our numbers are still truing up in that because we just passed through that. But I feel, successful with a virtual activity fair to all of our students. And really what we're looking at too is our incoming freshmen, you know, they're excited. We kind of loaded it up and teed it up for them to get excited about coming into the high school, but yet what are they coming into? So we wanted to try to connect them into something. So we just kind of passed through that, and we've had some good numbers come in on that. So we've just loaded up our groups now, and like I said, have a pretty good filter.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions for Jeff?
Well, I guess just to follow up to the music question, and Peter, that was a good question, helpful. You know, what you're seeing, of course, is music being done on Zoom, and harmonization and singing of the songs. And are we offering the technology and the capabilities for Lori and the music people to be able to do those kinds of things?
Yes, we are. And Lori has actually shared with Mitch and I a virtual program that they have in place. So Silver Connection and Silver Dimension have just kind of passed through one of their activities kind of late August with that. But yes, they are actively going. Some of our other activities have state associations that are helping to guide us through different activities. For instance, like Model UN has some virtual activities that are designed at more at a state level and a national level that we can participate and just kind of pull right into. Same thing with forensics, same thing like with DECA. So as I visit with those advisors, their state associations have kind of built that framework for them to just pull right up into. And so, yeah, our choir programs are working on those, and they're working with some kids to kind of stay engaged with that and pull that together. But there again, now we're fortunate to have a person like Lori Herniak who's networked in and pretty well connected. She can take that program and connect our program to it.
So Jeff, as this evolves for us, would you please keep a list of the extracurriculars? And I'm just looking for a simple thought. Next to that extracurricular, just currently using virtual coaching, or and either independent, so that means they're on their own, or interactive, meaning they're doing synchronous, they're doing it with the coach. Because we know that Gloria's and Tadassi are incredibly creative, and they're going to be using everything that's available to them. But we also want to know about, the Black Student Union. And so it'd be nice to be able to see your groups and kind of that there is a virtual option or not yet. Because I know that's just evolving.
Sure. Yeah, that's not a problem because we are collecting that right now. And I have no problem. Is that something like on like your recognitions at your board meetings? Is that something you'd pull into there, or would you like it more?
Or superintendent report, we can put it in anywhere. It'd just be great to see it.
Yep,
then we can respond to the community very positively with your input.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Well, thanks, Jeff.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. Then we will move to, let's see. Yeah, we're still doing, then next is Jared, the third Friday enrollment report.
Yes, so attached to board docs are two documents. One is the current third Friday count that will give you an overview by building, by grade level. It will also show you where we're at with our class size averages, along with listing out board policy as it relates to our class size ranges and our goals that we staff to, but in addition to that, we use for open enrollment. So just as a reminder, and we'll talk about this later on in the month when we approve the budget, but the third Friday count is our official count for the school year that goes into our revenue limit to indicate the total amount of revenue that can be collected between property taxes and equalization aid. As of our third Friday account that we submitted to the Department of Public Instruction, this chart here shows kids in seats. And so there's a lot of other things that go into account when it comes to membership. But we are down 65 students from last third Friday that were physically in seats. When we look at converting those over to membership, some of our students do not count as full FTE. So our 4K students count at a 60% FTE, and then students K through 12. Last year, our membership FTE that actually went into the revenue limit was at 1,151. This year that we submitted was 3,089. So on the resident side, we are down, so that will affect our revenue, and we'll put that together when we present the budget later on this month. The numbers don't always add up as nicely as individuals in math and numbers like it to be, because just in a natural way of working through things, we just have individuals that move out of our district, and we have families that move in our district, and we have open enrollment. But working with our student registrar, we were able to identify that we had approximately 36 families that are left the district to attend private school, and approximately 50, which totals 86, that have indicated that we would that they went to homeschooling. We do have an additional 30 students that are still counted in our overall membership, but that are not actually physically attending, that have chosen to open enroll out of the district to a 100% virtual school. Now, we were projecting to actually see an increase of close to 50 over last year when we started the budgeting process back in January. So even though our numbers are showing us only being down 65 in seats, there are a lot of other numbers that are coming to play into the budget that we will present later on this month for approval. And then the second chart that I have there, I just added as a third Friday historical. So it shows, it's a 5-year historical. So you can go back 5 years and just see what that looks like. And it's broken out by residents and non-residents, by building in addition to that for total. Any questions?
Susan and then Elizabeth.
Jared, it looks like, and maybe you can just give us some guidance on this. It looks like one of the significant factors in the third Friday count, when you look at those numbers, was, so we had the loss of 4K at the childcare centers. And it looks like, I mean, I'm just looking at numbers and maybe the numbers were just much higher last year. So in the community schools in 2019, we had 97 and now we have 25. So, I mean, a difference of 75 or so, but we didn't see that increase in the number of 4K kind of at Taylor Prairie.
So with 4K, that's a good question. So with 4K, it's very unique because obviously families are not required to send their students to 4K. So when we look at last year, our total 4K enrollment in the district was about 211. And so that's shared between what we'll call three schools. Our T4K, which classifies our 3 off-sites locations. And then Taylor Prairie and Winnequa also houses sections for 4K. And so this year we have about 170 kids compared to 211. So we did see a decrease in our 4K. Now that 25 just indicates that those are, we have one site that's still operating as a community site, and that's IHM in Monona. We did add a section at Taylor Prairie where we did bring some of those families that were originally assigned to the 2 other off-sites in Cottage Grove that have chosen this year not to participate. So we did bring them. But so overall, our 4K enrollment is down. But when you look at the third Friday count broken out by school, it looks like it's down tremendously because when you look at T4K being down just to have 25, but overall we had about 170 kids throughout the district enroll into our 4K program compared to that 211 last year.
Okay. So there were just some parents, I think, based on the pandemic, who said it's an optional program. I'm just going to wait a year. So that may have affected our numbers. And then did you have any indication, because I did hear some rumors about this, that there were students that concertedly did not attend school on your count day?
So how the count works is obviously DPI has indicated the third Friday is September 18th. However, there are always absences on third Friday. And so the district is able to look at those students. Did they attend before the third Friday and did they attend after the third Friday? And was there a schedule in place and have we been able to make contact? So if someone or if an individual chose not to physically attend on that Friday for whatever purpose, they were probably counted because we were able to look and see if they were in attendance before and in attendance after. Where it's if you technically really truly withdrew from the district and we sent your school records to another school and you did not have a schedule, those are the families that would not have, or those students would not have been counted.
Oh, thank you very much. That's really great to hear that. And it's nice to know that you have backup systems to help you make sure you get good numbers. Thank you.
Elizabeth?
Hi, Jared. Thank you for putting these together. 2 questions. One, do you have a sense of what our decline in enrollment is compared to kind of our neighboring districts? And then 2, has there been any talks either at DPI, so at the administrative guidance level or the legislative level, around what the impacts of declining enrollment may or may not be for like school funding in the future? Like, you know, are we going to consider this in a different way, or is it going to be kind of business as usual, or haven't you heard yet?
So currently there's conversations at the state legislature. There was a bill that has been introduced to look at third Friday count, especially summer school even. So for example, summer school is something that's not reported out in the third Friday count. But typically we, have about 74 FTE, which then is converted down to 40%. This past year we had 17, which is converted down to 7, so that will also have an impact. And it's that 3-year rolling average. So ultimately, unless there's something changed at the legislative level, this will have an impact that will roll out for the next 3 years until we get back to that full. Because even though we might have lost, 62 FTEs on the membership, we have to remember that a third of that is being counted towards our membership, and then the following year, so if individuals come back. But there is conversations. I'm not for sure what will happen. We've seen the state legislature not take any action since March in the state of Wisconsin, so we're not for sure what that might necessarily look like. We do have to set our levies by the end of October or at the beginning of November, and so I don't foresee that necessarily changing for this year. And so our next official count is the second Friday in January, which will have large impacts on our aid that we'll receive the following year. So hopefully there'll be some compromise or some type of legislature that would assist schools for the membership counts.
Thanks. And do you have a sense kind of, around Dane County, kind of what our numbers are comparatively?
Yeah, so we're about 2.5%, 3% decline. And that seems to be pretty consistent across even the states. I just looked at a survey, and what we're seeing is, it's ranged from between 2 to 6%. And some of those schools that are closer to that 6% definitely are some of those smaller districts that did have to go 100% virtual and might have ended up having a virtual program that was in a different school. And so then those individuals' membership is counted differently, where we're able to provide that 100% virtual in-house. And so they're not sending them to a different virtual school. So we're about 2.5%, 3%, which seems to be pretty consistent across Dane County right now.
Great. Thank you, Jared.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else for Jared?
Just a quick question. Jared, or maybe to Dan, at what percent do you estimate this would start to affect staff and possibly maybe laying off staff?
Obviously when we look at this, we are all around our class size goal, which is where we want to be at. The tricky part becomes on the teaching side of things, they have been given their contracts, so the district is unable to, lay off teachers for that. I don't think we're technically there. I think if we doubled our enrollment, that would probably be more of a conversation. But I can let Dan expand on that, where we would necessarily have to go with that. We're able to identify some of those other areas in the budget to free up money to cover the losses due to the loss of membership as of right now.
Yeah, and to clarify, I understand we're in the contract now, but I'm looking to the next school year. So
yeah. So the staffing for next year will be based entirely on the projected enrollment. We come to the board in the spring with the staffing plan. And so right now, as Jared mentioned, the vast majority of this enrollment decline is 4K. We already have reduced by a staff member there because of the transition. So with all the other grade levels, we're talking about a couple kids per grade. So I would say it has no impact on our staffing at this point.
okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else? All right. Thank you, Jared. Then the next item is the superintendent's report. Dan?
Okay, very short report. Just wanted to update the board on the DPI waiver process. There are a number of waivers that are available for districts to apply for with regard to waiving statutory requirements based upon the unique circumstances we're under this year. DPI has been really even advising that don't rush to request those waivers and make sure that you have everything that you want, so we do it at once. And so that is something that monitoring. I will say the one for sure that we'll be bringing to the board, of course, is our hours of instruction adjustment. But we'll be looking at that over the next couple of months, and then we'll bring that to the board. There does have to be a public hearing first, and then the board would have to approve any waiver requests, and then we'd forward those on to DPI. So I just wanted to give you a heads up. If you've heard anything about waivers, yes, we are working on it. There's not any urgency to get it in at this point, but we'll do that soon.
All right, thanks. Then we will move on to item L, possible action items, and we'll take number 5 first, the 2020-2021 reopening plan. And this was, as you'll recall, we needed to take up our agenda again, but Dan, I'm not sure how you wanted to, did you want to go through any presentation first, or?
Susan, I would like to make a comment first before we get started, since I made the last motion that was postponed.
Okay.
And suggest or motion that in order to better organize this discussion, divide the question of the reopening plan as presented into the following 2 items and vote separately on each one as presented. Part 1 and item 1 being the safety risk and protocols, slide 18, and school metrics, slide 32, as the first part of the question. And the second part of the question being slide 10, the instructional models.
Well, actually, we are required by Roberts to act on this motion since it's now owned by the board because it was moved and seconded.
But I can make a request to divide it, though, according to
Susan, he's effectively making a motion to divide, which is acceptable.
Okay, yeah, let me just say, so the motion itself doesn't really address either virtual or in person. It simply reads like this. Move to approve the reopening plan using the PHMDC reopening metrics guidelines and CDC indicators and threshold for virtual and online learning for grades K2 and 312 as presented. That's all it says. So all it does is say that we're approving that we're going to use those guidelines basically for a plan. So we could either vote down that amendment, we could pass that amendment, and then we could consider separately. I guess what I'd kind of like to do is consider first the safety aspect as a separate issue entirely.
Then why don't we just
we have
divide
to deal
the
with this.
question then?
We have to deal with this motion first, and then
But we don't. According to Robert's rules, I can divide the question and as the motion.
you can amend the motion. You can move to amend the motion. That's how you would have to do it.
Yeah, well,
you can amend the motion. What I'm just saying is what it might end up if we decide that it's safe to continue, we would have options. We could decide that we want to postpone a discussion of the model until a special meeting, in which time we would have much more time to go through it and have a very thorough conversation about it. We don't have to decide that tonight. I think what we at least need to decide tonight is, are we going to bring 4K2 back at some point at the end of the trimester, which their elementary operates on a trimester, so it starts around December 1st or 3rd or something.
That's why I want to divide it, Susan, because
Right.
I think it would be easier to agree on the metrics and the safety plan first, and then
Correct.
we can get into more of a discussion about the actual learning model.
But
And
here's what I'm
that's why I
saying.
want to do that.
The content of this motion does not say anything about a model or whether we're going to do virtual. So there's nothing to divide. That's what I'm saying.
Susan, it does implicitly, because it references the plan that was presented to us, and the plan that was presented to us contains both of those things.
Well, that doesn't make sense because the plan, it was to choose, whether you'd want to incorporate both of them, I guess. Okay, but it doesn't say that. I don't think that's clear in this motion.
Right. Well, we are allowed to discuss and clear up exactly what it is.
I'm curious what other board members feel about dividing the question.
I would agree with. I think that they are two important and separate issues, and yes, we shouldn't conflate them when we discuss and approve them.
Here's what you could do. You could simply
whatever gets us
amend.
there.
You could amend the motion so that it reads to approve the reopening plan using the PHMDC opening metrics and guidelines and CDC indicators and threshold and thresholds, period. And just cut off the other part. And that way, all we'd be adopting is the plan. And then we could have a separate motion that would simply say, we will consider, in fact, on the document Dan sent us with the newly revised.
Yeah, but we can't consider
plan.
that. We have to go by the postponed motion, Susan.
Well, we do. That's why I'm saying you can amend the language in that motion to
Or
say-
divide it.
But Yeah, amending it, dividing it
Okay,
isn't a
you-
way of
you have
amending it.
language. Let's just do that. Let me hear the language of an amendment, if that's what you want to do.
Okay,
I'm not
then
hearing
my amendment would be to,
Your motion would be to divide
my
it.
motion would be to divide the question of the reopening plan as presented, the previous motion, into two parts. The safety, risk, and protocols and school metrics part one, and part two being the instructional models.
Okay, well,
Can I?
so can you read me the exact language of what is that the exact, in other words, how would the motion now read if you're going with an amendment on it? It's not, it's just
You
not
know
clear
what would be really helpful is if you could put it up, because you need to be able to put this up, and this is very complex, Eric, and we're making some major decisions here. And we need, as a board, we are personally and professionally responsible for understanding this. And the previous motion, the other thing is, the previous motion said the plan. It should be a plan. And that's the plan that Dan then recommends.
Yeah,
basically, say what you really want us.
I am saying what I want us to do, but I don't think it's.
May I make a procedural point, please?
Yes.
If it's,
Okay.
It should be.
May I make a, Susan,
Yes,
just let me make a
go ahead.
suggestion.
Yes, go
Okay,
ahead.
Susan, don't interrupt. Just let me make a suggestion. Let's dispose of the original motion. We could do that by postponing it indefinitely. Wait a second.
Okay.
By postponing it as indefinitely is the way to do that. And then just because this simplifies the whole thing, and then we can take up two motions separately as the motions that Eric suggests. And one would be what he said about the timing, about the safety metrics, and the other would be about the educational model. Is that the correct summary?
That's exactly what I was trying to, excuse me, Susan.
Okay.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. We either have to take action on this to make it clear, or just postpone it indefinitely and start over with Eric with a new motion.
Well, Eric is right. We could divide it, but it's simpler just to dispose of it and start afresh.
That's fine too. Either, however we
not without precise language, and I'm not doing that.
Okay.
So, Susan, the easiest thing, and Peter, I'm with you. I'm
all right.
I'm
So
trying to do this together.
Okay, Peter, go ahead.
Here's what I'm suggesting is that we just simply, again, if we keep postponing this, then it's still sitting out there. Let's just vote this motion down and come in with the new ones that Eric's recommending.
That's not really
Peter,
the
go
problem.
ahead. Peter, please go back.
I would make a motion to postpone indefinitely the main motion that's on the table, which is to approve the reopening plan using the MDC reopening metrics guidelines and CDC indicators and threshold for virtual and online learning for grades 4K2 and 312 as presented.
Okay.
I would second that.
And I'm saying that with the intent that we bring back this in pieces momentarily as separate motions.
Okay, so the motion is to postpone this indefinitely.
But Susan,
and I forget whether that postpone indefinitely has.
It would be still out there. That motion is still out there. Why don't we just clean it off the table?
You could just divide it like I requested, but I don't understand what you're.
Excuse me. Please raise your hand before you speak. Peter.
The reason we don't dispose of it is if we don't vote it down, because under Roberts, it's improper to reconsider the same issue. So if we vote it down, we voted it down. Okay, and without taking special reconsideration. But if we postpone it indefinitely, then we're free to move on and take up different motions. That's why we wanted to just postpone it indefinitely. That essentially makes it go away. And then we can take up the other motions without, because it's, like I said, it's improper to vote something down and then take it up again.
It is a good way to dispose of a motion without voting on it. So you're correct.
Exactly.
So with that said, all those in favor of postponing the motion indefinitely, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Susan?
Nay. It's ridiculous.
Lorraine?
Nay.
Elizabeth,
Aye.
Eric,
Aye.
and my vote is aye. So that is 4 ayes, correct? So it is postponed indefinitely. Okay, now we can proceed with a new motion. And Eric, did you have one you wanted to make?
Yeah, I'm trying to, can I share my screen?
Have to ask-
think I can.
I'm not sure that's possible.
Out of the screen.
Oh, I guess it is. Okay, there you go.
All right. Oh, didn't mean, okay. So I guess I would like to, I guess my motion now would be to approve the safety, risk, and protocols and school metrics in the presented plan, starting on slide 18 and slide 32 for the reopening plan. And then divide, and just that part of the plan would be the first motion, I guess. Is that how I would do it?
Yeah.
Make it clear what document. We don't have the document in front of us that you're referring to.
Well, that was the reopening plan that was presented to us by Dan. So if it should be in the slides, or it should be in the, it's under board docs, the updated reopening plan 10/12/2020. So I really,
That's
okay, so actually
that's a document.
we're gonna
Yeah,
go
it's a
to the
document. It's
second
not-
quarter 2020, 2021.
So could we simply say, I mean, since this hasn't been seconded, yes, I'm just going to make a suggestion that the motion be to approve a reopening, to approve the Public Health Madison-Dane County safety protocols and metrics.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. That I would agree with that.
Okay, so.
I'll second the motion then.
Okay. So, okay. So also we're, this would take us to another motion then, because, okay, so if the motion is to approve the Public Health Madison-Dane County metrics and protocols for reopening. That's the motion, correct?
Yes, correct.
Correct.
And then after that, okay, so if Eric's making that motion, is there a second to that?
I seconded.
Okay, so my comment would be if we approve this, that's fine. This is kind of what I had in mind. Then I think our next step is, if you look at the document Dan had sent us on page 7 of it. I don't know if Dan, can you share a document? There was some decision-making considerations. And I think then if we approve this motion, we could then have some discussion about the current Dane County metrics, the current impact of COVID within our community and protocols. And then there could be a motion on whether we are going to approve some reopening plan effective at, I'm just going to throw out there a suggestion, the end of the first trimester of elementary, because we're still talking 4K2 only if we're going to approve these protocols, because that's all we can really consider.
Yeah.
And then I would really appreciate, because we've gotten so much information recently and so much input from people on the pros and cons of the various models, that we think about a special meeting. I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but think about not talking about that tonight and doing that later. Anyway, so the motion on the floor is to simply approve the PHMDC metrics and protocols for reopening at some point. Peter, comment?
I support the PHMDC with us.
Vote on the motion first?
No, we need to discuss it first.
Yeah, he's discussing it. Yeah, all right. Yeah. I'm sorry, are you discussing the motion, Peter?
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. Okay, go ahead.
I think it's, yes, I think it's important. I mean, what we want to avoid is our schools becoming a nexus of community spread of the COVID-19 virus. And I think that the what is it, PHMDC or PHDMC or whatever their PHMDC metrics are a pretty good guide as to what we should do, how we should deal with that. My only concern is when I look at the metrics is the timing. So for example, for 3.5, they have a 14-day average of 39 cases or fewer per day sustained for 4 weeks. I understand where they get the 39 cases per day, and I also understand they want to make sure it's not just a momentary thing, that it's a sustained trend. However, once you do a 14-day average plus 4 weeks, that means that you're at 6 weeks after the point where you've reached 39 cases. And I think that that time period can be safely shortened, at least from our point of view, from a planning purposes, because we can say we're going to implement X, and we can always not implement because things change. For example, we could implement a hybrid model, some model, and back out of that if circumstances change. So, but if we wait the full 6 weeks and say, okay, this looks good, let's go ahead, I think we might be losing some time that we don't need to. I think that if we get to that 39 cases per day, that it's sustained, it's already a 14-day average. At that point, we should plan to go ahead. So what I would modify this to say, if we get to 39 cases or fewer per day for 14-day average, that we target a reopening some point, say 2 weeks after that.
Peter, are you talking for grades K, 4K through 2, or all grades?
For all grades, they use that 4 week. They use 2 week average plus 4 week metric plus 4 weeks sustained, and I think that's if you have the sustained low numbers, then I think you're good to go. And I think going 6 weeks after you're already sustaining those numbers, then that's too long.
Dan, can I ask you, is that correct that it's 6 weeks, or can you read that as, I was reading it as 4 weeks total? Because I was
I'm not understanding, Peter, why it would be 6 weeks. It would,
because it's 14-day average is 2 weeks. So 14-day average of 39 cases or fewer
it's just
per
the
day.
30 fewer cases sustained for 4 weeks. I don't think they're saying you have the average first for 4 days and then it's sustained.
No, to get, yes. Hang on.
I think they're saying the whole 39 cases or fewer for 4 weeks period.
If you average for 2 weeks to get the 39 cases, and then you say, so this is the first day where the 2 week average is 39 cases or less, it's, where the average is 39 cases or less. That means you've had 2 weeks where it's been approximately 39 cases or less.
Right.
And then you have to add 4 weeks onto that. You have to sustain that number for 4 weeks.
And I'm questioning that. I'm questioning it. Elizabeth, do you have a comment on that?
So I think the question on the table is, what's the target? So for example, let's just do 3 through 5, because that's the one that you're talking about, Peter, right? So the target is a 14-day average of 39 cases per day or less in Dane County. And then it says the target is sustained for 4 consecutive weeks.
Right.
So is the target a 14-day average of 39 cases or 39 cases?
I think it's the 39 cases. That's how I would read it. I don't know, Dan, do you have anything to elucidate?
Yeah.
That's the wondering, Dan, is the target the 14 consecutive days, because then that's the target met, and then plus 4 weeks after that is how Peter's getting to 6.
right. No, so they compute the 14-day average once a week. So every Thursday, they will look at the 14-day average, say, here is the number. The following Thursday, here is the new number. And so 4 Thursdays in a row, that number has to hit 39.
Perfect. Thank you, Dan.
That
makes sense.
So then it's 4 weeks. Okay.
Well, yeah, except that in reality, it has already been there for 2 weeks on average. The cases, we've reached 39 cases. We've reached 39 cases a day for 2 weeks. And then we say, we've got it for 2 weeks and we're going to go 4 more weeks. It's a matter of, I think it's too much time. I think after we get to, say, 14-day average has been sustained for 2 weeks, that's the moment we should announce a date for reopening.
That was my understanding also, because otherwise, if that's the case, and I may be misunderstanding this, then we, at the earliest, we would, if we met the metrics, we would be waiting till December the first week of December before we could even reopen.
Right.
Well, since
Is that
Dan has been
correct?
on these Dane County calls, and Dan, you're saying your understanding from being on these phone calls is that they're talking 4 weeks total. So the reason we're looking at 4K2 right now is because as of August 18, they met 4 weeks straight of 54 or fewer cases. Now we know it's now going up, but because they met it as of August 18th and it was 4 weeks, we are now allowed to consider. So that would indicate to me that
Well,
the next threshold for 3.5 is the same thing, 4 weeks of 39 or fewer cases.
yes,
And
but
so then why did we just make this motion to adopt their metrics if we're not going to change them?
well, we can modify them. That's all. We can modify what we adopt. You start a place and you amend it. That's the standard.
Well,
I'm just going to comment on this once more, and then I'll drop it. Yes, on August 8th they reached that 54 cases per day, but it had been 2 weeks. That's a 14-day average. It was 2 weeks before that they sort of got to that 54 cases per day level, and then it took 2 weeks to average of that, and then they added another 4 weeks. That's 6 weeks.
My understanding was the threshold was actually met on the 18th of August. So maybe I don't have that in front of me right now. So
Yeah, it was met on the 18th of August, but we got to 54 cases 6 weeks prior to the 18th of August.
Oh, see, I thought it was 4 weeks, but anyway, go ahead, Elizabeth.
So Dan, just clarification for you because you're in these calls. So is it 4 data points essentially is what we're looking at? So like every week the metric comes out?
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
4 data points, that's the
And
way
I mean, I think for me, if that's Dan's understanding and interpretation, that I'm comfortable with that being our interpretation as well, right? Like that's the spirit of the way, and the guidance is written in a strange way because the target is not well defined within the sentence, I don't think.
Correct, right. I would
Well,
agree.
I would agree with Elizabeth.
Let me just say this. If cases drop to 0 tomorrow, it would be 6 weeks from tomorrow before we could open under this metric.
6 or 4?
That's not what Dan just said. He said that they do 4 data points. So if it's 0 tomorrow and it's 0 next Thursday.
I'm sorry, Susan, it says 14-day average. If they drop tomorrow, then you'd have to start counting for 14 days and average it. And then you'd have to add a number.
I'm not in the phone call, so I don't know.
Yeah. All right.
You may know more than the people who are in the phone calls, I'm not sure.
Mhm.
So Eric, a way to simplify this would simply be to, I guess, to say we move approval of of adoption of the public health Madison-Dane County metrics and protocols regarding reopening with the understanding that grades 3-5 need to be at 39 or fewer cases for 4 weeks. How about if we do that? Then
Well,
we're spelling out what we want, what our interpretation is of it, except for, if there's disagreement. And
That actually does the same thing I suggest. Your word.
I know it does, but
So,
yeah.
I'm fine. I want to follow. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. I want to follow the guidelines that are put forth by the medical professionals that are doing that. I guess I'm just a little, the way that it is written, like Elizabeth said, it's kind of confusing to understand for me, because I assume by reading it was a 14-day average. So we hit that mark. And then I thought once we hit that mark, we wait 2 weeks till after we hit that mark and then we can reopen. But I don't know if that's correct. It sounds like it's not from what my understanding, but it doesn't really matter because as long as maybe Dan can get some clarification from Dane County exactly what it means, whether it's 6 or 4, it wouldn't change my opinion based on what the professional said to reopen. I would just like to get a clarification so that everybody understands when is the time when we reopen, because I don't want to have us hit that mark and we all of a sudden have 54 cases per day and everybody's like, okay, we're going to reopen school next week. Well, that's not the case. We need some clarification of exactly when that would be. So the way it's written is confusing to me. I would assume it's confusing to the public as well. So Dan, it sounds like you have a better understanding of that speaking with Dane County. So maybe you could just kind of clarify what that is, and just if we could just let Dan maybe talk and then give comments after that, I would appreciate that.
If you look at the document that's attached, it's called the, that document is published once per week by Public Health. So the one that's posted today was published on October 8th. The first red dot on that is 120. That was the 14-day case count on October 8th. If you go back and look at the previous one on October 1st, you would have seen that number is 139. And so once a week, they'll report that 14-day average. When they hit that 14-day average of the threshold, they will come out with a statement, say, we've met the threshold for 4 weeks. We recommend that you may open. If there's an order, they'll say you may or may not. Right now, it's a recommendation while we're tied up in court. So, but they once a week, even though there's a spreadsheet that you can access online that shows the daily, they take that snapshot once a week for the purposes of these metrics.
So Dane County will announce when it's safe to reopen based on those metrics.
Absolutely, yes.
So I'm okay with that.
So then we're good with the motion as it stands, which was simply to approve those metrics and protocols. So if there are no other comments on that, I would ask for a vote on that, and then we can move to the next thing. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Peter?
Aye. Aye.
Susan? Lorraine?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
And Eric?
Aye.
And aye, so the motion carries. Okay, so then the next thing is, and I thought it would be useful to look at, now it's the document that's called the updated plan, but on page 7 of it, it talks about the considerations, and it gets at what you were talking about, Eric, because I don't know if we want to, I think we should come out tonight with at least a motion with a, either with a target date for reopening or a motion that says we aren't going to have a date yet. Because within those metrics that we just adopted, even though we are no longer even though we are no longer at that threshold for 4K2, Dane County has said that because we did meet it once, and because a lot of schools are serving those kids now, and because there generally is fewer instances of cases among the younger children, then they're not telling schools now that they have to close when they have they're not recommending closing. They're also not recommending opening under these circumstances, but they're saying it's possible. So I guess I'd like to entertain some discussion on what everybody's thinking about the safety factors. We've seen the surveys from parents and the surveys from staff. And the parents' survey was limited to that last hybrid option, but the fact that some were choosing that option, it was about, let's see, where is that? Sort of split again, almost 54% in favor of staying virtual, and about, let's see, I can't percentage. There were some in terms of the virtual, it was 46.8% who would adopt that hybrid, and we could choose a different hybrid we can have that discussion. We want to stick with that or not. But so I guess to me, the question should be, do we want to entertain reopening in some kind of hybrid first? And then at what point? And I'm just throwing out the trimester now because November 9th seems really soon to get all that set up. Get kids signed up, get the transportation, the whole thing is. And the other thing I thought about the trimester, whatever hybrid we do, if we do one, is going to be upheaval. And we heard a lot of concern from both parents and teachers about the fact that students have now bonded with their classrooms and their teachers. So there's going to be some upheaval for everyone, whether families choose virtual or a hybrid. But I thought if we do want to reopen, if we set the date of the trimester, it just seemed like a natural break to me. I don't know if this makes sense to you. Elementary principals might want to weigh in. Because that's a time when I think they do progress reports and that kind of thing. And it would also give time for some class reassignments prior to the end of that. I mean, we could make it the second semester too. I'm just throwing that out as a possibility. There might be able to be some introductions of, if the classes were set up before the end of this trimester where kids could meet who their new teacher would be the following. I mean, there might be some activities. That's kind of just shooting that out there. I'm not sure how, that's harder in a virtual world, so I don't know how that would work. But I just thought there might be able to be some transition, I guess is what I'm saying, to a new class that kids would be in. So it seemed like a natural breaking point if we are interested in reopening. So I guess I just felt like the motion should say not only, and if we're not comfortable reopening at all yet, if we don't want to entertain that yet, then that could be the motion as well. So Peter.
Given the hybrid option, that model we have in front of us, if my kids were right now today, they're learning they're virtual learning. If I chose to keep them in the virtual part of the program, how would their day change if we go to the hybrid model for those kids who stay virtual?
That it might not, but it might. Because the teacher might change.
Let me hear from Dan.
Okay, Dan, you want to explain that? Sorry.
If the student stayed with the same teacher, would not change at all. In general, the answer would not change at all. The program, the instructional model would not change. It would be a potential of having to reassign classes, and so the student could get a different teacher.
Okay, you probably don't have a good estimate of what the percentage of those would be.
Well,
we do.
Yeah, it would be approximately 50%.
Okay, assuming about 50% of the students went back to.
Correct.
Took the in-person option. Okay.
Would an effort be made, Dan, to have as little change and disruption as possible, I'm assuming?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Do you have a recommendation?
With regard to a start date?
Or whether to go back. I mean, at this point.
We just agreed we're gonna go back based on Dane County guidelines and metrics, correct?
Which means we did agree, and that means we can be talking about 4K2 only.
Okay.
Sure.
Right.
The current metrics say that we may return for K2. And so that question before is then, when?
So then should we procedurally, would it be correct to, because I'm looking at two things here, the decision to go back for 4K2, and then the instructional model that we would be using for that decision? Would it be organized best to make that in one motion, or to split that up again?
That's what we got to figure out.
Dan,
I would strongly recommend that if the board is going to vote on an instructional model, that you do it at a future meeting, so you can have an opportunity to discuss the various models at length.
Because
tonight it would be just a motion to bring back in person for 4K2 in some model at date blank. Fill in the blank. Susan?
That's exactly, if you write that down, I'll make that motion. And Dan, you supply the date. Because effectively, we've just said that. We just said that we would comply with the metrics. The metrics say we can return 4K2. So what we're going to do is say, we'll make the general motion that we're going to return 4K2, again, within the metrics, as provided within the metrics. We vote that motion up, and then we have the special 4-hour meeting to discuss, because Dan has added other options now. And I think had a lot of input on other options. So I think we really need to, but I agree that if possible, if Dan can cope with that, it would be nice to have a date.
The motion could read, move to return 4K2 to in-person in a hybrid model on.
No, don't say hybrid model, just to return.
In a model to be determined.
Just say to return 4K2 by such a date. And then Dan will bring us the model and we'll vote on that. The
Okay,
model would be
here-
a separate
Let me
vote.
just say, my only concern about that is I don't want to mislead parents into thinking that we're talking about bringing them back full-time, all the kids in the classroom, because we just adopted the Dane County metrics and protocol, and that does not allow for bringing back full classes in person.
Exactly.
It does not.
Exactly.
It has to be a hybrid of some kind. So why not say that?
It has to be a reduced attendance in the classroom, groups in the classroom somehow, yeah.
I
Be
think it would be
part-time,
fair,
something, yeah.
I think it would be fair to say a hybrid model consisting of either one of the three options that was in the survey, the AABB, ABAB, or 4-day AM/PM.
And we don't even need to say that. We can just say a hybrid model, period.
Just a hybrid model. Eric, don't limit it yet because something might open up. Somebody may have another idea that you like.
So a hybrid model, but we're not clarifying, we're not making a decision on what that hybrid model is at this time.
Correct.
Right.
No.
So given that.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
That we just say we're going to reopen at a given time with a model that is consistent with the PHMDC guidelines for attendance or for occupancy, or just guidelines in general.
Okay.
Why is that? It's easier to just say hybrid, isn't it? I don't know.
Well, it may or may not. I mean, you could
can't you just say move to return 4K to an in-person and a hybrid model on blank. Pick a date.
Actually, I think Peter's is a little better, and the reason is that the metrics could change. The guidelines from Dane County could change. And this way, if that happens in the next 30 days for any reason, that leaves us an option to explore whatever is available.
Okay, so move to return 4K2 in person in accordance with PHMDC protocols. When, Dan?
Well, I guess if I could just clarify with regard to the date. Okay, you've just approved following the public health metrics.
Right.
Metrics for grades K through 2 state, once the target is met and sustained for 4 consecutive weeks, and additional considerations are assessed, schools may want to consider reopening. So that's the question before you tonight. You're considering reopening. Do you want to or not? The metrics don't require it. So we need to make that decision. Are we going to open? And if so, when?
Well, that's what I thought we were trying to decide. So leave out, so you're just saying reopen, it's just say 4K2 reopen, don't say anything about hybrids or protocols.
That has to be included. No.
Doesn't have to be included. Okay, well, that's what they were arguing. I just hope that doesn't mislead. It probably doesn't mislead. It's fine.
Well, the reason, Dan, the reason Susan was trying to use hybrid was to clarify that under the restrictions, that's your only choice.
That is correct.
Well, it's not. We could use reduced hours of instruction and only have in-person, but with halftime, right? I'm not saying we do that. I'm just saying that might be a possibility, and that's not a hybrid model. That's just a reduced in-person model.
Yeah. What we don't want to do is limit.
We don't want
to with the motion. Yeah, I agree with you, Peter.
Exactly. We don't want to limit Dan's thoughts. We don't the possibilities. I can picture what he's going to do, what's going to happen, and I think saying virtual is reasonable. But if we don't have to say it, we don't have to say it.
Okay, so the question then, Dan, is what about the timing? What's your thought, or other administrators could weigh in too? Do you have any thoughts about?
Yeah, I guess I'm sorry, Susan. I guess given that, yes, the metrics were met back in August, you've also been provided a lot of data how the cases have increased substantially over the last month. So I think there does need to be consideration about do you consider a pause until the numbers come back down or not? I mean, that's got to be the discussion. And remember that the guidance and everything that public health does, can we talk about the safety, of students, staff, and community? Their guidance is really focused on community spread.
Yes.
That is the number one concern, So So that's the question. And you do need to consider, though, I mean, that's their criteria, but of course we're looking as well as within our schools and how we operate. I think the other thing, in addition to the safety, is just, we haven't talked about this much, but once we choose to reopen, we've talked about the processes and protocols for quarantining and so on. People need to understand that it's highly likely we will have students and teachers quarantine. We have a severe teacher shortage. At some point, it's likely, classes or schools will close. That's a reality that everyone is facing, and that's not a reason not to reopen. I want to make that clear, but just understanding of what, that looks like.
I guess I'm a little confused because I was under the impression that when we made the motion, we were going to follow the metrics of Dane County, and that was going to give us the start date. Because when we hit those numbers, that would be our start date based on the metrics that they provide for 4K to 2, hitting that 54 cases a 2-week per average. So I would like a little bit of clarification. Why do we have to have a definitive date to start if we've already agreed that we're going to go by those guidelines?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, that question, we talked about that a little bit the last time, and that question was raised to Dane County Public Health, and they basically aren't taking a position on recommending for people like us who haven't started a 4K2 yet. They're just kind of saying, well, we're not going to tell anybody to close it, even though the numbers are higher than that now. But they're still, they did have that sentence in there that, and I'm not looking at the right sheet, that said basically because there seems to be less spread among younger kids that you could do it. I mean, if that's what I think Dan's saying is that's what we need to talk about tonight. And I'm not here. I'd like to hear from some other board members on what are you thinking about the safety? I mean, are we thinking now that because we're not anyway, we don't have that number right now that we do not want to commit to a reopening date? Elizabeth, do you have a thought?
Well, I actually have the same question that I had last board meeting, right? Which is that I, trust Dan and the district administration implicitly around like the safety pieces that they presented last meeting, right? So in regards to cleaning and mitigation and training and contact tracing and all of those things. What I still want to hear from is actually our building principals around how virtual is going, what's going well about it, what the challenges have been. Because to me, that's the tipping point for whether or not we would take on an additional risk, because it is a risk, right? Regardless of if we've got really great protocols in place, we're still assuming a risk by putting people in buildings together. And I want to be clear that we're taking that risk because, right, things with virtual, are going well in some places and not. And so that we can have a really balanced conversation around the instructional implications of one versus the other. So I still have that same question I had last time. So I'd love to hear from our building principals about just what's going well with virtual, what have the challenges been, and their perceptions there.
Okay, anybody want to weigh in?
Sure, I can start out this evening. So a couple things to note about virtual learning is I'm really proud of our teachers and equally as proud of our students. If you go to morning meetings, you go to instructional blocks, everyone's putting great effort into both of those. But our attendance up to date, 98% of our students are attending virtual school. 97% of our students attend synchronous learning lessons, and 3%, I guess, would not be there on a regular basis, but are also completing asynchronous activities. Our teachers report that 100% of our students are completing all or most of their online learning school work. Some of the barriers that teachers reported this past week to Danielle and I include technology.
Whoops.
As he cuts out, that was perfectly timed.
That is one of the barriers.
It is a huge barrier.
Yeah. That was well done.
Danielle, I don't know if you want to pick up where he was leaving off there, or Angie or Connie.
Danielle, do you want to continue with Cottage Grove.
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing I'd like to have you speak to is the number of parents or students that you have indications from, of those that are attending. How many of those are recontacting you with what you might term issues, whether it's mental health or computer or whatever? The number of contacts, because that's what the research is showing very clearly right now, in that if you have 50 kids on virtual and they're attending and they're going, the stress that is occurring in the virtual process for some students. And some of those are just, we can just count phone calls from parents about significant problems they're having. If you look at the Oregon PowerPoint, you'll see that one of the things they do is evaluate that frequently. And that's a thing that teachers talk about, which I'm sure the principals then get the feedback on. So that's another piece that we really need to know about, because you can have 3 kids in one family and 2 are doing great, and 1 is just having meltdown all day long every day. So that's an important piece. It's not just who shows up or who puts in their assignment, it's how is it going?
Right, so Reed is back. Do you want to let Reed finish? And then Danielle, do you want to chime in too, or how you two want to do that? But yeah.
Reed, you were telling us about technology problems.
And we haven't
Isn't that
moved on.
perfect? Yeah, I mean, the best way to do things sometimes is to model.
Right.
It was a great teaching practice there.
Our teachers do a great job with that. So I'll continue on. Yeah, so some of the challenges or the ways that our teachers are working to support some of the challenges that we experience. They are creating virtual office hours to allow students and families to connect with them if need be. Also, we know that every day starts out with that morning meeting, but it also ends with the closing meeting. And we've found that there's some really unique ways they're using the closing meeting, including individual meetings with students, and then possible reaching out to students that maybe they didn't see throughout the course of the day or haven't seen much activity on Seesaw. We also, our parents our teachers are reaching out to parents like they always have through emails and through Seesaw now, and just making sure that they're staying connected and trying to work on those challenges. The concept of whole group instruction and then small group instruction and then also individual instruction, that still happens in this environment. Teachers are still working through those processes to make sure that we're meeting the range of needs in our classes and at our school. We've received tons of tech support from our person in our building, who is Lucas. He's helped a ton with every single day. There's another way to support tech with our teachers and students. And then with Casey, the district-wide has supported a lot of our teachers that came up when we talked this week. And then a surprising component to it all that I really caught my eye when I asked the teachers is the students support one another. They do a really good job of talking about how they navigate through Seesaw, maybe even their learning space, some of the things that are happening to help them be successful. And I'd say most of the tech, even though it was a challenge, a lot of our tech issues have improved, and that comes from the teaching perspective over the past week. I think it's important to know that the teachers, this wasn't how many of them were trained to be teachers, but they've really stepped up and to do great work and to reach all of our students. And I can't sit in front of you and tell you that virtual learning is like past years, exactly how it is in the school building. It isn't, but I want to really commend our staff and the young people that get in morning meetings on a daily basis in the instructional blocks and see the interaction. So that's really what I wanted to finish with.
Well, and the question while you were momentarily gone that Susan had posed was just if you could give a rough idea of the number of parents who are contacting you or reaching out because there are issues with their kids. And, we heard in the emails some of the emails that were read, and then we received others, but talking about behavioral changes being noticed at home, different things like that. We're just wondering what the frequency of that is, and how are there ways that you've been able to help people resolve some of those? Does that make sense? I mean, just to give sort of a rough idea of how many kids, because it's one thing, as Susan was making the point, that kids may be turning the work in, they may be showing up doing things, but they may be showing a lot of stress in other areas. And we're just wondering how much reaching out there has been with regard to that.
For me, as the building principal, I've spoke with 5 families in regards to the challenges of virtual learning. And we've been able to come up with some solutions and some ways to support the family and support the student. I do wonder if that's not a great data point though, because in our community members really do a good job of working directly with the teachers. And so they first would contact the teachers, and on that side of it, I think our teachers do a nice job of working with families to meet a range of needs. And what I haven't heard through coordinators or our building leadership team, that there's high numbers of people contacting them. But to answer that, that's where I've had 5 people reach out to me via email or phone, and we've I've always communicated back with them on phone just to get the full story and to problem solve from there.
Okay, and that's a good point, because we do I know when people mention somebody else, our first thing is always contact the teacher first. And so you're right, it probably gets resolved at that level. Angie and Connie, do you have anything to add? I mean, just in your building? I mean, I'd like to hear about all the buildings before we get sidetracked.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Susan.
This happened last time too.
Yes.
And we didn't get to hear from anybody else. Yeah.
Danielle, I don't know if you do you have anything you wanted to add for Cottage Grove? I don't want to cut you off.
No, it's okay. Good afternoon, everyone, or evening, I should say. But yeah, I have the privilege of being with Cottage Grove and Taylor Prairie. And so I will say that across the board, the data is actually similar as far as attendance. And I'll let Connie dive deep into that. But to answer your question, Susan, about complaints, I've had one in particular that I've actually brought in, like, the whole team, student services, district level administration, district student services, and we've been problem solving and trying our best to make sure that we are, helping the family, but also our biggest priority is making sure that this child or student is successful. And so that is like the biggest thing right now for us, is to ensure success. And I will say, just like Reed stated before, our teachers are doing a very good job of being flexible and trying to make sure that we are accommodating. But yeah, Connie, you can go ahead. I have nothing else to add.
Okay. I wanted to share the data from Taylor Prairie. So very much like Reed, our attendance has been for 4K through first grade, 98.19%. And I've even looked at kind of the total number of absences to a certain date, and we had 233 absences. And so just digging deeper into that, like why were kids gone? 19% were kind of due to technology issues or other situational issues that were happening with their families. 22 had, typical appointments. 43% were parent excused, and that could be vacations, funerals, just taking a day to do something with their child. And then 16% were no reason given. So we definitely follow up on when there are no reasons given to figure out like why, what's happening. And so they get a call from school, they get a call from potentially our pupil service teachers. Any of us are following up to make sure we kind of understand and dig a little bit deeper to help with those needs. We have 96% of our students who attend synchronous learning. So that would mean like 4% do not attend that, but they often participate in the asynchronous learning. And teachers have also reported that even though kids may attend the live session, they also go and attend some of the asynchronous, again, just to have that experience. Like Reed, we have a high percentage of students completing work. Our teachers reported that 77.8% complete work often and 22.2% complete work always. Some barriers that our teachers reported, according to the information they get from parents about why they miss the asynchronous or synchronous learning. Some of it was childcare for our age level. Childcare facilities maybe not being able to accommodate the virtual learning schedules, work schedules of parent or guardian, and then technology. We've noticed that some childcare sites are not able to sustain connectivity, and that does create the technology issue. So what we've done, definitely for kids who can't participate in the virtual 2.0, is having the asynchronous videos available for all the core lessons. And even beyond that, some of my teachers have created additional videos specifically for children who missed out so that they could have the whole day. And so they're going above and beyond what would be expected of just the video that what all children would see. They've created opportunities for students to join different sessions so that kids at childcare facilities can be on the same schedule, and also to accommodate work schedules. Some teachers communicate daily with some families by sending a text message or an email to remind them about the schedule or the link so that they can have that quick access to being at school. To reduce some of the confusion about how to find links, a great change in our Seesaw has been where we can now pin the link to the top of the Seesaw so that that link is immediately there where parents can find that, and that teachers are posting, schedules. They've been doing that for a while, but it really helps whoever is working with that child to know where they're going. Our Tier 2 PBIS team has met to discuss students who are not engaging in learning, and we're looking at finding ways to have them connect with adults in our building by providing check-in, check-out, and also trying to pair them maybe with an adult for some additional learning time. We've utilized definitely our district translator, our teacher of ELL, and the online translator to check in with families to make sure that they're understanding what we're sending out, how we're communicating. We also have been utilizing a lot of the capabilities in Seesaw to post student pages with specific student feedback and strategies to help with their learning. Technology troubleshooting, as Reed said, I think our teachers are remarkable. Just if you think about what they have learned since last year and even this year, the learning, but they are able to help walk families through situations. And certainly Elizabeth and our building and our in-house tech team, they're really helping to create videos that they send to families to guide them through different activities, how to get onto links, just willing to work as much as they can to guide families. I've met with my special ed teachers so that we can talk about individual students and determine how the students are progressing through the virtual learning, and determining where can we make tweaks and how, next steps possible for students. We've had individual meetings with childcare providers to help plan for individual situations, to brainstorm how we can modify or how we can make some changes in that learning setting. Our pupil service team is working with Building Bridges program and other community partners to see how we can support a small number of families, but who need some really specific identified needs. So those are kind of the things that we've done to help when there are some barriers. But I also wanted to share, I think, some stories that my teachers have experienced with virtual learning 2.0. We all understand that virtual learning may not be working for all children. And I think any teacher would say, hands down, I would rather be at school if I knew the conditions were right. And we know some families and children who struggle with being able to connect with others through a screen and would prefer to be in person. But I do want to highlight some stories that staff has shared about connections with children that they're making with their teachers and their peers, ways we are building capacity of others, building routines and relationships. So students often join a link before class starts, and sometimes they stay after the teacher is done teaching the lesson. And they do this to show their classmates toys, to introduce their pets to their friends. They host a lunch date. They create a spontaneous virtual dance party. They share kindergarten jokes, play additional math games, critique movies, and play teacher by reading a book to their friends. Teachers have also stated they are experiencing the opportunity to open their classrooms in other ways they have never done before. They have heard from families how they are able to use the school language or strategies to help their children grow and to learn concepts. One teacher recently commented how some siblings were having a disagreement in their home, and the student stopped in the middle of the argument and said, "Hey, this is how my teacher would handle this. Maybe we should try this." And the parent was like, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen my children do this." Teachers feel they are able to build caregivers' capacity through virtual learning by sharing strategies, classroom terminology, and modeling their teaching. During our related arts classes, some students pop in to a different class since it works better for that childcare site, or children may just access a link, maybe different than the one they had. But recently in a class, some of the students initiated on their own, just stopping the class and saying they wanted to introduce themselves to the new friend in the class and make sure that they knew that they were welcome to join that class. Our teachers have been pleasantly surprised how students have become very skilled at the virtual learning routines where they can mute and unmute, navigating throughout their day by finding links, using the classroom blogs to complement each other's work, and sharing their learning through Seesaw. Lastly, we know the pandemic, that we might be moving a little bit slower through our curriculum compared to being in a traditional classroom. But some of the great takeaways are that teachers feel students have more time to work at a pace that may meet their unique learning needs. Teachers have commented they are able to hear more of the students' thinking, that metacognition skills, which we know are so important to gain an understanding of the learning process. Students are able to watch lessons multiple times if necessary because they have access to that asynchronous learning. And our related arts teachers are able to participate in co-planning meetings with the gen ed teachers and then integrate those same skills into their lessons. And our students are even noticing the connection between, I heard that in art, or I heard that in math, and making the connection that they're hearing it all around. So to summarize, students are beginning to follow the virtual routines in, I'd say, a very similar time frame as to what we would see in our classroom. We often say it takes kind of 6 weeks to get into that routine of school. Students are making connections with their classmates and teachers, feeling a sense of community, as evidenced by students saying, the best part of my day is seeing my friends and my teacher. So I'll let Angie kind of go from there.
Thanks. Angie?
So I will start with some of the similar data that Connie and Reed shared with, and Winneqa's is very, very much in the same line. So our attendance for 4K through 5 has been at 98% as well. Our participation in synchronous learning has been at 96%. And then those students who aren't always able to participate in that synchronous, the participation in the asynchronous has been about 4%, leaving us with almost all of our kids who are participating in either the synchronous or the asynchronous. Our teachers also report 99% of our students complete most or all, with that 1% at some. And that's in Seesaw. And so I will say just some of those, then students are given an opportunity to complete activities with paper and pencil or some alternative activities if it's not all getting done in Seesaw, because that's not working for them. Similar reasons to Cottage Grove and Taylor Prairie. There's childcare situations where the childcare is not able to support the students' learning while they're there, so they are doing those activities asynchronously. Technology has been, especially with our 3 through 5, a challenge, but working through those challenges with all of our families. And we do have some families where that's a lot of screen time, and so there's a parental choice to limit the screen time. And so we've had some of our teachers working closely with the families of giving them some options as well. Again, a lot of similar activities. I can't give enough credit to our teachers for all of their hard work in addressing all of the challenges that virtual learning has brought. They have created instructional videos around everything within Seesaw and the programs that they want the kids to be using. They are working hard to make sure those assignments are available for all students and scaffolding them for all of those students to reach. They are working hard on providing learning materials that can be sent home and providing extra books and dropping off printables and decodables that can be used with students at home. They are doing a lot of sharing of strategies with families for how to get students to the meeting times at the right time, setting timers on the iPads, creating videos to help families remember how to do that. Communication has been a huge piece of this. So, they are creating daily, very detailed schedules for families with assignments very much laid out. And those are changing based on family needs as well. So I know some of our teachers started with one way, they moved to more of a flowchart way, and then they moved to more of a checklist way, depending on what was working best for students. And so they have really worked hard to adapt what they're doing to what they're seeing that both kids and families need. I think that they would also say that they are just kind of getting into their groove with that schedule, and they have said the number one thing for making sure that they are able to connect with these kids is by building those relationships, and they have worked really hard at that. And I can't say enough for their morning meetings, their closing meetings, the different activities that they've planned to really get to know students. They've created, star student routines that used to happen in the classrooms that they have continued through that virtual world. They've really worked hard to keep those same activities that meant so much to kids in the face-to-face classroom and put that in the virtual world to help build that community. So again, echoing both what Connie and Reed said, I can't say enough about our staff and how much they have worked with each of our individual families. And again, speaking to what Reed said too, I've only heard from 3 families, but I know that there's been constant contact with teachers about things that are not working. I know they've gotten just as many emails of recognition as well for their hard work, which is great too. So.
Yeah, that's one of the concerns that I've heard from teachers is that because they do feel so good about how this is going and the relationships they've been able to build, there's a concern about going to a hybrid, which would offer less teacher time, less synchronous time, if it was a 2-day thing or for a half day, whatever it was. And they're a little worried that it might not be an improvement. So that's another question when we think about going back. I mean, the safety is part of it, but will it really be better? Because I mean, I'll just speak for myself. I've been kind of thinking that, well, you know, if the model we were talking about last time, for example, the AB model, at least they would have they'd be back in their classrooms a couple days a week. They'd have that little bit of that person-to-person contact, even though it'd be very different than what they're used to, because they'd be sitting distance, not being able to move around, staying in their room. That, you know, it's not like regular school. But maybe that would be enough better to mitigate against the fact that they'd have all those times where it'd be pretty independent. That's why I kind of want to put off the model discussion, because it's not clear to me what, if any, asynchronous thing or anything would be available during it. I'm not sure about that. But so the question is, would it really be better? I mean, are we just assuming that some of that direct contact is going to solve these problems? Because we know regular school doesn't work for every kid either. So how different is the virtual thing? And if the virtual is, you know, I think our teachers did work so hard on the virtual, and it's going so well, there's a concern that, okay, we do all this upheaval and flip it to some model and then it doesn't work, then what do we do? I mean, then we kind of have to stay with that, but would it really be better? And there's no way, I guess, to answer that, but that's just it's a concern. Elizabeth?
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you to the principals for sharing out that report. I really, really appreciate it. I appreciate the data. I appreciate kind of hearing the pros and cons, and then some of those personal stories too. And I know, Susan, in one of our correspondences earlier that we read, if you can remember, at the beginning of the meeting, was a comment around, like, you know, kind of watch a kid do it and see. And I think most of the folks that are on this call know that I have a kindergartner too, who's at Taylor Prairie. And so I have seen firsthand, I think, both the challenges that come with virtual learning, but some of the really, really great benefits in terms of, you know, the activities that have been done, the connections he's been making, you know, with his teachers and the teachers there. And I think the point around me as a parent, I'm just speaking personally, having this sense of classroom language is like really impactful. Like we've used the word subitize, I don't even know how many times over the last number of weeks, because you know, right? And when you know, you do differently. And so certainly we've seen, you know, he's on a screen a lot, and certainly he has thoughts and feelings about going to meetings, right? And so it's not all like this is his favorite thing to do during the day. So for parents that talk about kind of some of those challenges, I see you and hear you there as well too. But overall, I think it's been a really, really pleasant, positive experience. So thank you again for sharing, and thank you for all that you do.
Susan, you got a question as well? Go ahead.
Thank you guys so much. And again, the teachers have just been absolutely incredible. And probably 90% of what we've got, no matter what the parents may feel about what they want to do, one of the first things they say is the teachers have been absolutely incredible. But I appreciate, again, hearing the detail, and Connie mentioned that you're bridging with the bridges. And it's nice that we have that program, but I'm still concerned about, I mean, we have this email here and it says virtual kindergarten for my child diagnosed with general anxiety disorder and early onset depression has been incredibly challenging. Kid Safari is supporting her for learning, but for 3 of the 5 days, she has to sit in the car for an hour because she has such negative associations with virtual learning. That's one of several of the emails that we got. Again, first, I think virtual learning is going as well as it possibly could be. The teachers are doing amazing, and they are engaging the kids, being creative, and just generally being the great leaders they always are. This doesn't mean I don't want to be offered a choice. What wasn't mentioned is what this might be doing to the emotional growth and development of the kids. My first grader prided herself on being a good friend, a leader in the classroom, relished in the independence of her classroom jobs. She gained confidence by being away from her parents and navigating a day on her own. All of this is gone. And now she has to hear me ask her to erase her backwards 3 6 times a day. and they go on about the emotional trauma that as much as the interaction is occurring, and this isn't just 1 or 2 letters that we've gotten. So one of the things that's interesting, I mean, we're looking at virtual or go back and then a hybrid issue. But one of the things that that they did in Oregon is, and I've talked to Dan about this a little bit, we should have an avenue and a pathway for kids that may not have an IEP who really mentally need to be in an in-person environment, whether it's virtual learning with somebody there assisting them, an educational assistant or whatever, but some kind of identification of the kids who are really having what are potentially full mental breakdowns during this learning process and their inability to adjust to that. So again, creating a pathway for those parents to be able to communicate. I know they're communicating with the teachers, but you know, the teachers are working so hard to meet everyone's needs. So again, one of the things I want us to seriously continue to think about is a pathway for children who particularly exemplify mental health, need for mental health assistance out of the virtual learning environment. And you all alluded to that. So again, Connie you did, every one of you alluded to that. So just letting the community hear that through this meeting one more time would be great.
Can I just mention something, getting feedback here? Something that we all do in our buildings is we have problem-solving meetings. So if there are students that are struggling, and it is definitely brought to the teacher, that teacher brings that to our team. And we have had some meetings on students, have some set up. So, I mean, we do have things in place that we definitely want to continue, but we do have to hear that need.
Right.
And I think something to keep in mind is even when kids go to, if you want to call it real school, there are kids that show those same type of anxiety that coming into the building is a fear for them. And we work through that. So I guess whether it's in school or virtual school, we still want to work with and work on that problem solving team and with the family and find ways that we can help that student.
Well, and I picture, and thank you so much for that, Connie. I picture a very good friend going with her 4K student, and the child was hanging on her leg, and you were standing there and you said, do you want me to help remove him, or would you like to do it by yourself? I mean, that's what you're offering. I know you're doing that.
Lorraine, did you? I thought, no.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Angie kind of, thank you all again for your feedback too. That's tremendous, what you're doing. Angie kind of touched on it a little bit about the screen time for students. This age group, you know, loves recess. They love physical activity. And so is that incorporated in the classes of physical activity?
Yeah, I can speak to that too. So I think all of our classes are doing it, but they are incorporating Go Noodles. They're incorporating the movement just similar to what they would do face to face, right? Where they do a little instruction and then they'll get up and do the movement, or they'll have the kids stand behind the iPad and make the letters with their body. I mean, they are doing those same things in a virtual world, and just having the kids do that movement behind the screen and watching them all on a screen instead of watching them all on the carpet in front of them. So I think that they are building in and using those same good instructional practices that they did face to face, and just adapting it for the virtual. I think PE class with kindergarten kindergartners is probably one of the funniest things. I mean, they've sent home bags with paper frisbees and aluminum foil balls, and they're having them play, you know, catch and bounce it off the wall and catch. I mean, it's just, they've been so creative in how to do those good instructional practices in this environment.
I did asynchronous PE the other day, and I was actually sweating at the end of it. It was incredible.
It's good to hear. How are we doing with kids with IEPs at these elementary levels? Are most of those kids coming in, or are some still being served totally virtually, and is that going well? Or I just saw Kristen and John on camera, so I figured I'd ask you. Or maybe principals even know that.
Yeah, I can let Sean speak to the specifics, since obviously, you know, I'm just back and just back a little bit. But for the most part, at the elementary level, again, Sean may have a better handle on the exact number. Most of the students' needs are being met virtually with the support of their case managers and SEAs at this point, versus coming in person. That number is very small, particularly at the early level.
Yeah, at the early level, I think that's really a credit to the general education classroom teachers, and then their cooperation and co-planning with the student services team. So right now, across the 3 elementary buildings, we have 4 students total coming in. So the vast majority are being served and are being met through the virtual instruction. And again, that's really a credit to the staff at the buildings. And I think that's something that we are going to obviously have room for improvement still with some aspects. But, you know, they're kind of like earlier, we have seen some kids who have really thrived in this environment who maybe were not thriving in an in-person model. So I would say in some respects, it's similar challenges to what we have always encountered teaching children, just a little bit new learning curve for us.
Okay, Elizabeth?
What about our academically vulnerable kids? So not necessarily kids that are identified as students with disabilities, but, you know, students that are at risk. And particularly because, you know, at least at the kindergarten level, I assume that this was applying across the board, that we didn't do iReady this year for benchmarking, which, I mean, I totally get. I don't know that I would trust me to do that at home either. But kind of curious about, and kind of, I think you alluded to it a little bit around some additional academic intervention time, but kind of what's the plan for assessing and identifying academic risk? So not necessarily disability.
I can speak a little bit to that, and if Angie and Reed want to jump in too. I know we've been doing some benchmark assessments, and we're going to be continuing doing that. I know first grade was just talking about that in their planning meeting today about what's coming up for the next week. So we are looking at that, and our reading teachers are part of the planning that we co-plan with. Our advanced learner teacher is part of that planning. Our ELL teacher is part of that planning. So they're always looking at it from various lenses as far as how to include whatever is needed for students into the lessons that we're doing. Certainly, there's a lot of reaching out by certain teachers to specific families to engage, to try to find a different way for the kids to learn. And we also have those problem-solving meetings where we're looking at, like, what can we do differently? Materials, do we need to send something home that might be more accessible for students? You know, I think teachers are willing to do almost anything to try to get kids engaged in the learning. Reed or Angie, do you have anything to add?
Elizabeth, if it's okay, I'll just share briefly. Although we might not do the district diagnostic with iReady, there is a lot of formative assessment happening at the classroom level. And so that is obviously as close to instruction as possible, and in many ways, probably the most reliable type of assessment. So whether it's, you know, in class, like maybe in IRI, or just some other sort of check for understanding, our teachers are engaging in regular formative assessment throughout the lessons with their students.
Great, that makes sense. Thank you.
Susan?
How do you determine, I heard from a parent whose child has an IEP who is, according to the parent assessment, struggling greatly with the virtual learning process. And how do you determine that that child who has an IEP is not going to be in the process to be in person? That option isn't offered to that child.
Yeah,
and there's a specific parent request.
So it's really a comprehensive look, looking at the data, the current data, the previous data from the spring closure, and also, and by current data, I mean in relation to their general education peers. And every effort is first made to improve the virtual model as much as possible. And the main reason for that is because the biggest thing we want to avoid is a situation where we are bringing in only students with IEPs in a large amount, because we really want to avoid any sort of perception that we are creating a segregated environment for our learners. So it's really trying to improve that virtual model first and exhausting all options for that, and then if that does not work, reconvening the IEP team. And at that point, the IEP team would make a decision upon whether to continue with virtual or face-to-face would be a better route.
And let's say the determination is made that you will not be bringing this child back in person, and they continue to exhibit mental health stress. What other options do they have?
Well, I guess, sorry.
I mean, we're making decisions with a very talented, experienced group of people to evaluate this, but you're getting clear documented data from people who are experienced in the classroom as volunteers with these teachers. And they're saying to you, this child cannot learn in this manner with this disability. And you're still saying no.
Well, I don't know if we would.
Okay, so I guess the question is, how would they process an appeal decision to that? How would they appeal that decision?
Well, I mean, I don't want to go down too far a legal route. I think if that certainly would be one avenue, but I think we would first try and come back together with that family and examine all aspects. Like that would certainly be our first, second, and third option, is really trying to work with the family to figure out a way to make it work.
Have them come back to you and rediscuss that. That's perfect. That's a great answer. So then my other question is, have we as a group, particularly when you look at the amount of information we've received in the last 2 meetings, it's been incredible. And it's so reassuring to us. Is there a way that we can go out into the community with the parents and have these generalized discussions? Because again, just the simple answer of come back and talk to me is such a great approach. And I think that the parents, some of the parents are struggling as much as the students. So to feel the confidence that you give us this evening, to kind of look for that avenue, and maybe that's a Dan question, but again, I would suggest that because that's been asked. What they did in Oregon is in September, they did a well-being check-in, which they sent to all families. they had a total of 467 responses received. A third of those included a request for follow-up contact to either the parent or a student with ongoing individual supports. And I know that you guys are doing that based on the teacher identification, but it might be nice if we had just another avenue like that would allow follow-up. Just as you were saying, if you really have a severe problem and we've kind of had to say no to you, come back and talk to us again. Another avenue for that.
Susan, can I address the IEP question real quick? I don't know if I can address the one you just
Sure.
asked.
Yeah, certainly.
But I do want you to know, and everyone else to know, the IEP team also consists with a parent, and that we value every member within that meeting and the conversations. I know for my own personal experience so far, I will say one challenge of virtual learning for me as a planning principal is that trying to figure out how to do evaluations, which means that it's like a gray area. So like a student, it has no label at that moment, but we're trying to get that information to do that. But I think we've been very accommodating by inviting families into the building to do those assessments and being very much so well-rounded with our team, with district office, with our admin teams, with student services, with speech and language, everyone coming together to have a comprehensive evaluation. And so I just want to be super clear that the school is not just dictating who goes, who doesn't. It is literally a team conversation with parent input.
That's really great to know. And I think the feedback that we've gotten is that that the issue is that these kids are having full meltdowns in the virtual learning process. And that's what they're trying to bring, I think. And this is not just one parent, these are several. So I just wanted to know there's a good pathway for if the full team evaluates and says, we can't offer that to you at this time right now, what do you do? And I think the approach of come back and talk to us is really a positive, good feel.
And I just wanted to jump in and reiterate a couple of things. A couple of things too. And Connie mentioned one of them, which is the problem solving process that we as a student services team have had the group like really reinforce. But I mean, because this is beyond students with just IEPs. You might be struggling in a pandemic with a mental health concern or have a virtual learning struggle that doesn't, a pandemic doesn't necessarily require, isn't a disability, right, in and of itself. So the buildings are really doing an excellent job of using and like it's really interesting. Like it's exactly what we'd hope to see is just like we were in person, the problem solving process, the concern comes to the teacher who knows when to take it to their team with their student services team member, their administrator, whoever they need to get involved. I've only been back 2 weeks and I've heard several examples of some really creative problem solving around some of these barriers. So, and I think it was Connie who also said, we also need to hear the concern needs to come through the right venue, right? And people need to hear the concerns and be able to respond. And when that process either like is less effective or they need another opportunity, we do have the venue we mentioned last spring, and I don't know that we've had a chance to touch on it again this fall, of the district-wide student services request for assistance form. And it is interesting, we've gotten about 25 since the spring. It was implemented in the spring in May, I believe. There's about 25 responses. We got kind of an influx at first. There are only 3 from this school year for this semester. So that really just reinforces what the principals have been saying about like the teachers and the teams at the building levels being able to tackle those issues. And then the principals taking a layer, and then there's a small layer of someone said like, maybe I didn't feel heard, or I just chose this venue. And then a student services person or someone at a building, I was able to be heard this way. I filled out this form that was reshared again at the beginning of the year. So I just thought that was, and it's a variety of, it's not all, some are from struggling with virtual learning, but it's a variety of needs that are communicated that.
So Krista, are our parents aware that you have this form and they could talk to you about utilizing this form? Is that posted on the website or where's that information?
Both. I'm I've been off a month, so I'm trying to
I know,
remember.
I
There was
know.
a recommunication at the beginning of the year, and it is on the website as well. And Katie can correct me if I'm wrong, but we've got it in a couple of places.
We do. We have it in a couple of places. It's on the specific COVID related page. It's also right on the front page under district announcements under.
Great.
And I will just say the team has been super, we have a process for getting that out to the right building, to the right people. We just got one this week. There was a response within hours, to the family. I think it came in the evening, early morning hours. There was a response to the family already. So
that's great.
I saw your hand go up. Yeah. Okay.
Has there been an influx of students being referred to building bridges in the virtual?
Not really. We are it's a transition year that gets a little bit different this year. Normally we would have to have identified all our Schwab families right around now. I believe we're sitting at earlier this week, 5 referrals, or last week, we're right around 5 to 6, which is what we're allowed to do this year because of the situation, is to do a rolling referral period. So we're not tied to having all 12 for the first semester identified by October 1st or 15th or whatever that date was. So I think we're feeling good about it. I think they're really carefully considering the referrals and what's involved and what an appropriate referral is for this time period. And that flexibility will be really helpful to us, I think, because as time goes on, needs change. And sometimes that happens with building bridges. It was only year 1 for us, but talking with other schools, you make your fall referrals, and then in November, December, a different need arises. And this allows us that flexibility to continue to be responsive to families. So yeah, we're really, again, and thank you for your support with that. We're happy to have that added resource, and the team's been great with that support as well.
It's great to hear.
All right. Anything else? Well, having gotten some sense of, more input on how virtual is going, I guess back to whether we want to make any kind of decision about, whether we want to say we're not ready to commit to any reopening date yet, or.
I thought we had decided that we were going to Dan was going to schedule a special meeting so that we could assimilate all of this. And soon, I'm not saying we put it off, and that we just deal with the idea that we're going to come in and vote on this and make a decision.
I'm still confused. I thought that when I made the motion to adopt the Dane County public health standards to reopen, I guess what I was trying to do was come to see if the board agreed on the metrics that we would be reopening. And my assumption was that we wouldn't have the date that we would be reopening would be determined on meeting those guidelines. That's what I thought. I'm hearing, it seems like that's not clear. So I guess I just want to make sure that that's clear, because if it's confusing to me, my guess is it's confusing to a lot of other people. Because right now, listening to what we're talking about, I wouldn't be able to tell if we've made a decision to reopen or not. I'm still very confused about that. So I guess I just want to clarify that when I made that motion, my intention was that we would be following the scientific metrics and guidelines by Dane County Public Health, and that would be the determining factor on when we would be reopening. So based on the discussion, it sounds like that what Dan said, that would be when we hit that number for 4K to 2, that 54 number, then that 2-week average, that it would be 4 weeks, or what Peter said, possibly 6. I think there's clarification that's needed there. Then we would be able to reopen for 4K to 2. Am I wrong in my understanding of that?
No, can I just clarify? So yes, we did move to adopt those standards, which means we are not talking about 3rd grade through 12th grade. That's off the table because we have not hit that metric. We are not currently at the metric for 4K2. However, Dane County has indicated that if we choose to reopen for that grade level, we can make that choice because we did hit it in August. So that was why I was trying in the beginning to get a sense of, are people feeling that we, and given their statement that younger kids don't seem to be as effective, et cetera, and all that. I mean, there's a mitigating factors, but you may feel differently about that because the cases are still going up in general in the community. And we do know that there can be a spread. I mean, that you can have, a 2nd grader can get it and that can transfer to an adult. And my daughter is teaching in Chicago and she's supervising in a grade 3-5 room and she just got off of a 14-day quarantine and fully expects to be back at some point. So we know that happens. So that's why I was asking that question. If there are districts, Mount Horeb, I think decided recently, somebody else just decided to just stay virtual. And if that's where we are, if we're saying that, we feel like things are going well enough that we don't want to make a decision to reopen, I guess we don't have to decide anything at this point.
That's not how I see it, Susan.
And that's how you feel? Okay.
No, that's not how I feel. And
Oh,
I'm
that's
gonna
how you
let some
feel.
other people talk because I want to hear what other board members, so I'm just reserved, to hear other people and then I'll ask clarified questions.
I would kind of like to hear what everybody else thinks too, because we haven't really heard from everybody. Peter?
The guidelines allow us to reopen when the
They allow
metrics are
us.
met. They don't require us to reopen when the metrics are met. And perhaps, Eric, you were thinking that they would require that that's what we would adopt them as, that's when we do it. Well, so right now, the metrics, we listen to them, they're saying we can open 4K2, and the decision we need to make is when we're going to open 4K2, and then beyond that, how we're going to reopen 4K2. Right. My view on this is that we want to educate kids, and we all want to educate kids, and we should plan for the most optimistic scenario, even if we don't get to implement it. But I think it's our responsibility to plan for the case where we can all go back to the day we can all go back to school and in person, get back to normal. And we might not be able to implement that anytime soon, but we should plan towards moving in that direction and plan for moving whatever steps we can to go into that direction. I would point out that if we say, okay, we're going to open December 1st or whatever, 4K2, we're going to start a virtual or hybrid model. If we start now, if we say we're going to do that, and the health situation changes and needs reevaluation, we can always back off of that.
Right.
But it's harder to say, oh, we're not going to make any decisions now, and then things look better December 1st, looks good. And it's like, well, we should have been here because we won't be there because we won't have taken steps there. So I would say that we plan some sort of reopening. We decide when we can reasonably do that. If we have to back off of it, we have to back off of it. But it's easier to go that direction, if you ask me. It's better to go that direction, if you ask me. I would comment about the health. Wisconsin is seeing a significant increase in the community spread of COVID-19, and it's very discouraging. Except that. Now, this has changed over the last week. However, Dane County is actually much better than the rest of Wisconsin. Is doing, the numbers are constant. Now, last week, I would have said definitely. This week, we saw a spike. It's smaller than the rest of the state has seen, and maybe it's coming down again. However, Dane County is not Wisconsin. Dane County is doing a much better job now than many other places in Wisconsin. And I think we can factor that in.
And it may be partly because schools aren't open. That may be a contributing factor.
That's true. And it probably has to do with the orders that we're working under. That's correct.
Yeah. Susan?
I think it's important that we understand, and I think generally as a board we do, that we're not only looking at the PHMDC metrics, but we also have to meet the PHMDC school requirements. That's a 2-page document. You have to look at that. So as Peter said, you may return these age groups under the Dane County guidelines. But to do that, you have to do these 2 pages of school requirements during COVID-19. So again, Dan has been working on plans that would allow us to reopen meeting these requirements. And as a board, we have to review these before we approve that plan to make sure that happens. The other factor that the research is coming out with, and it's really been in, it hasn't been written until the last 2 days, and that is that generally, and that's another reason that Dane County has opened the door for this age group, is that generally, for some reason, their positive testing for children in that age group is lower. However, they're also finding, though, that the teacher positive still comes up within that age group and is higher than the numbers for the students. So again, that's a balancing factor that you have to think about. Not just the risk to the children, but the risk to the teacher and all other staff who are in the building providing services during that time. And I told this story. I mean, Cedarburg went in person the 8th of September. On the 13th or 14th, they closed down my granddaughter's 2nd grade section because there was a positive tested student in that section. So they were exposed. The student did not become positive in a school setting, but the teacher and the students were exposed and quarantined for 2 weeks. Within 2 days, they also closed down a 5th grade section. So we understand what that risk is as we reopen. So the very next step we have to take as we look at what our options are is we have to make sure that whatever the plan is meets these 2 pages of Dane County requirements.
Right. So I think we do need to come up with a plan regardless of when we implement it, or as Peter or somebody just said, we may never implement. I mean, hopefully we will. But so my question is then, and I still like to hear from a couple more board members, I guess, where you are on this. Are we leaning towards then not making any decision about anything tonight again? I mean, are we thinking that we aren't going to have a target date for reopening? Where are we, Elizabeth?
I think that we can't leave here tonight without a plan and a date. I think that we just can't. I think we can't do that to the community. I think it's not fair to do that to our staff. I think it's really unfair to do that to Dan, who has worked to put, things together, the principals that were here putting things together for us. And so I really don't think that we can leave here without having those pieces. For my part, I will say this. I think that offering a choice between in-person and virtual makes sense to me, with the caveat that we have a plan in place that's fleshed out enough so parents can make an informed decision around the implications for their children, right? So what does it mean in terms of classroom assignments, those types of things? What does it mean for the teachers and all of those pieces? And to me, I think that giving a longer runway than the original runway, which was November 9th, I think was the date that's the end of the quarter, beginning of the quarter. Is that right, Dan?
Right.
So I think giving a little bit of a longer runway there makes sense to me in terms of whatever, but December feels like a little too long. So that's where I'm at with it.
Lorraine, I think you had your hand up.
I did. So for me, with the metrics where they are currently now, I don't feel comfortable moving in and going towards hybrid in November. I would say more December, and just really monitoring the cases and then kind of making a decision at that point. But currently, no, I just think the numbers are just way too high.
Susan?
I basically agree. And I think as a board, we can agree. I think we should pick a date and then we may have to move it. But I think we need to sit down on a board and seriously talk about the plan options and our concerns with the plan options. So again, I have a pretty serious concern with, you're going to give parents who feel their children need to return in person, you're going to give them that benefit for 2 out of basically 4 days of learning education time. The other 2 days are going to be non-synchronous virtual learning. So they're getting
because we did agree, I thought, way back when we started this conversation, that we were not going to decide on a plan tonight because
that's great.
We had a lot of input on AB, the AM, PM, all that stuff. We wanted to have a separate meeting about that. All we're asking for tonight is do we want to have a target date for bringing them back somehow?
That'd be great. Totally agree.
That's how we started this conversation, was we just.
Sounds great.
And that's where I was trying to go through all those wordings, remember, about we'd bring them back in person at some point.
Sounds great.
So,
pick a date and then we'll talk about a plan.
So,
well,
I mean,
not
the
tonight.
reason I mentioned December earlier again, and because it was a trimester, and it just seemed like a breaking point. Because I agreed that November 9th is way too early. But Eric, what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say, I don't think this has to be so difficult. I understand what you're saying now, Susan. And I think the little hiccup that I was seeing is that because Dane County has said that we met the guidelines for K2 on August 18th, that we can open. I would not be comfortable opening now, but I would be comfortable opening K2 if we met the guidelines as they were written at 54 or fewer cases per day. So maybe we do need to clarify that. That's what I would be comfortable with. I would be comfortable opening once we hit the number of 54 or fewer cases per day. I would not be comfortable opening right now with the way that the numbers are. And if you want to try to attach a date to that, saying by so-and-so date, if we reach 50 those guidelines, then I think maybe that might be the way to do it. But I am trusting Dane County Public Health in their recommendations. I don't think we really fall under the August 18th status because we have remained virtual. So I think we need to look at what the numbers, the suggested numbers are from this point on. And that's how I feel about it. So I understand what you're saying. And maybe that's what we need to clarify tonight. And then as you know, we all discuss, come back with the model, the instructional model.
Okay, Elizabeth?
I mean, I understand what you're saying, Eric. That makes sense to me. I don't think we need a date if that's what we're going to do. I think what we need is a time point, right? So like Public Health Madison, Dane County hits it, and then 2 weeks and we're back in person, or 3 weeks and we're back in person. Like that, I don't think we need a date. I think we need a time span. And so that would be my recommendation.
I would agree.
So your recommendation might be to move, I'm just throwing something out, might be to move to return 4K2 in person.
Right. 3 weeks after the metric gets hit. I don't know, arbitrarily.
I mean, are you, so like, it does matter, because if you're saying we have to meet the standard of the whole 4 weeks again, that's going to be a long way off, but that's what you want to do.
I mean, that's what they're saying. I mean, everything is too long now, but I think, you know, that's how I feel about it. I want to reopen. I want to give people options, but I also want to be safe when we do.
Okay, Susan and then Peter.
Yes, Eric, I agree with that. I just think the other factor, and Dan hasn't weighed in on this, is that it's for the teachers to just pick 3 weeks and then have it in the middle of the semester and the trimester stuff. It might be very structurally difficult for the teachers in their teaching process and their materials. So at some point, we really have to have Dan and the principals weigh in on that date.
Well, yeah.
Can't just be us saying, oh, in 3 weeks, let's do it.
Well, I mean, you could make a motion that would say, I'm going to go back to the trimester again, just because it's December 1st. Move to return 4K2 in person on starting December 1st, if, and that's the if we've hit the Dane County metric of 54, but we're not gonna hit it for 4 weeks by then. That's not gonna. I don't see that in the cards. Peter.
That's exactly, that's where you get that sort of that 6-week time frame in there. Is we're not going to get to it by December 1st. Currently, for K2, we are authorized by Dane County Public Health to open. Now, I'll say this. I've looked at a lot of the data and for little kid, and they're doing this based on a lot of research that says for small kids, it's much safer for everybody involved, the teachers included. I think the kids are just closer to the ground and makes them harder, better. I wouldn't. There isn't any way right now, for example, I would send high school students back right now because the conditions are so much different. But I'm willing to take Dane County Public Health at their word right now it's more than that. It's based on other factors that in Dane County that it looks good. Now maybe conditions will change by December 1st, and maybe we have to deal with that, and maybe we have to back off. But right now, if things stay there where they are in Dane County, I think that it would be a reasonable approach to take a target for whatever. I'm sorry, what is the date that is proposed in here?
Well,
the first
December 1st is the beginning of the second trimester.
December 1st.
Elementary school.
Yeah.
Which is a little arbitrary, but I already told you kind of my rationale for that. Which
sure.
Just a rationale. Whether it's good or not, I don't know. Susan?
I think, again, I support picking the date. I support what Peter said about the date, but I want to read this because I think it's important that you understand, because obviously Peter and I have a difference of opinion about the students and the teacher exposure, and this is research. We are beginning to have a sense of how common COVID-19 is in schools that have reopened and what schools are doing to reduce the spread of the virus. We know that rates among staff are markedly higher than those among students. Not a surprise given previous evidence that adults are more likely to contract the virus, but significant nonetheless. And we know that, at least for now, hybrid learning models employed in many districts to make schools safer have not completely eliminated the risk.
Sure. Well, yeah.
Susan, I think I read the same study, but one of the things that was interesting is that they didn't, for kids, I think it was, it was about 4K2. It was kids 6 and under, which is 4K2, I guess.
Yeah.
The thing was that what they observed was that the rate of COVID infection in the teachers wasn't any higher than for people in the community.
I agree.
Right. And so they were
saying, in comparison to the student rate.
That's right. But there wasn't the conclusion of that study is that there isn't any evidence that those kids are significantly transferring COVID to the teachers in the room, or vice versa. Actually, I think they concluded both vice versa. And that's part of that study. It says the one I read, and it's part of my evaluation of this, is that study found that on average that the teachers were not being exposed in the classrooms. They weren't getting COVID at any higher rate than people in the community.
Yeah,
that's correct, and I agree with Peter.
And the Dane County document, one of their other comments was that right now they are not seeing strong connections to school environments.
Yeah.
So reiterating your point, but noting that there is also a lag time in incubation, but they haven't at least tied it to schools at this point. So with that, again, is somebody willing to
make a motion?
Yeah.
Somebody form a motion.
You want to read what you wrote, Susan?
I would make a motion that we set as a target date December 1st for reopening 4K2. Consistent with Dane County Health's guidelines.
I would just add that but I want to make sure that there's the online option, that's clear, that it's.
Oh yeah.
We're still going to provide an online option for students and families.
And we're still going to have to discuss the model. We're still going to have to discuss the model.
Right.
But
I need a clarification though, Peter, on when you talk about public health Madison-Dane County guidelines, are you talking about re-hitting the metric that's established, or the fact that the guidelines allow us to open?
No, the guidelines allow us to open, but there's additional things. For example, the number of people you can have in a classroom.
Right. Yeah, that part of it.
Those sort of things. Yeah,
yeah.
all of that. Our model's got to be compatible with the public health guidelines.
Right. So the motion is to have some sort of in-person learning on December 1st.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be setting a target date of December 1st for offering an option of 4K2 remaining virtual, or an option to families, I guess, for 4K2 remaining virtual or returning in person in accordance with public health Dane County
requirements, metrics and requirements.
That sounds like what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So
do we just take that motion and say, I so move?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I just moved it.
Peter made the motion. So second,
Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I have some discussion items on that.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Dan, maybe you can help answer a couple questions. So if we were going to reopen, what is the district going to do? For instance, like if a teacher is exposed and has to quarantine, will they still be getting paid? Will they use sick time? How will that work?
We'll follow current law and, board policy with regard to that. So some employees may be eligible for, FRCCC, the federal leave. They may be eligible, through sick leave, but it's a case-by-case basis, so.
And follow up that question, teachers will know, now we have teachers that have a cold, they're not going to be able to come in right away. Are they supposed to use their sick time for that?
In all likelihood, that would be the appropriate leave.
Okay. And then what would happen if a teacher did catch COVID and they're out for extended periods of time beyond 1 week or so?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have all the details, but I believe that would be qualified for the federal leave.
Okay, but
okay, Nicole can answer that better than I.
You want me to?
I was going to just say, and clearly one of the things we would, if we pass this motion, we have to get doing is writing up kind of a basic protocol of what happens when, if it's going to be standard that, just have a clear idea of if it's going to be standard that if there is an incident of a positive COVID test within a given classroom, given that this is elementary, does that whole classroom quarantine? That kind of stuff, we'll have to be able to tell parents that too, roughly what the expectation is.
There's guidance on that.
There's guidance, but which I said before, but people are saying, no, they want to see it written down. They want to know what's going to happen if this happens. I don't know. Anyway, those are all things we can talk about later if we decide this is where we are. Because
with all due respect, Susan, I need that. I will need that information before I vote on this.
Yes, and actually, Eric, here's my suggestion. In the plan, I want to be able to see in writing, not just that one sentence from Dane County, kind of what Susan was talking about. I want to be able to see in the plan what you do if there's a positive test, either the teacher or a student in a section. I'd also like to have some language about, I think, how the teacher is compensated is part of that positive test plan to me. So positive test, we may need a page telling us this is how we'll process this, and then this is how the staff, teachers and or staff, will be processed in terms of their payment. This is what's available depending upon the circumstances.
Well, we did make a change. Dan, we did make a change that the board approved with.
Yeah, that's been in place since July.
Yeah, that's already in place. Right.
Yeah.
Nothing
changes.
Yeah.
And then is there going to be any screening for staff and students? Is that I didn't notice any, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see any information about screening.
Okay, so it was referenced as far as there are certain protocols in place. some of the protocols are not guidance, they are requirements, as were mentioned. Okay, so those are non-negotiable. The 6 feet distance, that's why we're even talking about hybrid models. You have to have the distancing, the hygiene protocols, and so on. Okay, so that's one thing. Okay, the other specific things that are optional, I agree. Once we get a date, we will have all those things in writing before we reopen. Okay, and so yeah, those will be all put together.
Can we send you some of the concerns or questions to make sure that you address? Is that, can we do that?
Sure.
Thank you.
So are we ready to vote then? Any further discussion? So the motion is to set a target date of December 1st to offer families an option for 4K to remain virtual or to reopen in accordance with Public Health Madison Dane County requirements. Right?
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have I guess, concern about setting a target date versus a real date, because once we decide that we're reopening, we need to contact parents and say, here's your choice. And that choice is part of it for some parents may very well be on the date and what is happening right now, whether they feel safe or not. And so I'm really concerned about, if you're not comfortable opening right now, then don't pick a date.
Okay.
And if you say, yep, we're ready to open, okay, pick the date and here we go.
Okay, so if we don't pick a date, then I think we have to have a clear target. Then we go back
I
to
would agree with that.
Then we go back to Eric's point and say, okay, are we going to hold firm to Dane County has got to be at 54 cases for 4 weeks?
Dane County has already
6, I'm saying 4.
I know Dane County has already told us that 4K2 is okay.
I know. So that's why I just don't, I think we're going in circles here because I don't know.
Peter,
I mean,
why would they recommend the 54 number then? That's only because that there were schools that opened previously, really, and they didn't want those. It wasn't right for those schools to close down because they've already went through the process of opening, but they still set the guidelines at the number of 54 average cases. So I think that's a little misleading the way that they have it presented. It's like, of course, I
agree. I agree 100%. However, they're also concluding based on the data and based on the observations that it's sufficiently safe.
And I think your point in setting a date was if all of a sudden the numbers go haywire between now and then,
we can always say,
but we could still set a date of December 1st and then have an emergency meeting and stop it.
Right. And I'm going to be safety first about all of that.
Right.
Not,
right. No, I know if it gets worse, I don't want to do it, but yeah.
But I want to be planning for the best we can do.
Right.
That's what we should be doing. In my view, we should be planning for the best that we can do. And if we have to back off of that, be safe, that's fine. Yep. And I think, we need to engage parents and families and everybody around here in moving forward towards the best that we can do. Anyway.
Susan?
I agree with that. And I probably need some more clarity from Dan on, I think using the language, a target date, says what the board has been saying, and there appears to be consensus on that, is we want to set a time where we're ready with everything we need to be ready with. All the written documents, the desks set up, the cleanliness. We have a date that's set up. We're going to talk about what the plan's going to be, but we know that the building will be ready to go for the students on that date. If we don't set a date, then, and the other, by using the word target, we're saying we can change that. This is what we're aiming for.
Well, but also, I think what Dan is telling us, if I guess here's how I would read it if I were you, Dan. If we set the target as December 1st, okay, get moving right now and get all that written down, get the parents,
And if you can't do it, you can't do it.
Here's the.
Come back to us.
Well, you can't
That's right.
get going
That's
right now to contact the parents because we would have to have our meeting to decide on a model because we haven't
Right,
decided
yeah.
that yet. And that may make a difference. I mean, again, there is a real concern among staff that none of those options that we're looking at are going to be equal in educational value to what we're doing right now. And that's a little bit of a concern for me too. I mean, because I think if we do this, if we make a change like this and parents commit to it, they're going to need to stay that way because we're not going to upheave people again. So in other words, if everybody's virtual right now, but then we have this big decision and say, even if it's only 30% of the parents decide that, okay, they're going to come back in person. And then after a few weeks, they think, wow, I didn't really like this 3 days alone, or I don't like this whatever. I want to go back to virtual. We can't do that because we can't shift kids again. So it's hard that way.
It's hard. Yeah.
The whole thing. And there aren't any good options. Let me just say that again. None of this is good. None of this is what we wanted. I mean, we all want a regular year and that's just not coming fast enough. But.
And I guess my message to parents at this point would be, we're trying, but don't put any of this in the bank because we do not know at this moment exactly if we're going to be able to deliver this, if this is going to pan out, if it's going to be safe enough, if the model will work. We're going to try, and we're going to try moving. We're going to aim for this. We're going to aim for something different. We don't know if we can get there, so don't put it in the bank. Yeah, because I don't know if we can get there. I have every confidence in you can deliver, Dan, what we need to deliver, but some of these circumstances could be totally out of our control.
So
Okay. Well, the problem is we can't tell parents that. They need to arrange for childcare. They need to decide, are they going to send their child or not? So the first thing we need to know is once there's a decision that we're going to open, we need to contact parents. And again, the reason we need to know, first of all, we have to change class assignments. We have to set up bus routes. So the first thing that has to happen is we need a commitment from the parents, which choice, so then we can make those plans. The safety protocols, the classroom setups, that's done. That will be done. That's a non-issue. You'll get it all in writing. Okay, we've been working on that. We're ready to go. The issue is the planning on, for the parents.
Right.
Yeah,
So
I agree
wanted
with Dan.
all you wanted tonight originally was a date, and then we were going to have that other meeting soon so we could decide on an actual plan. And then you could get moving on that and getting parents scheduled and buses and that whole thing.
I mean, we could take the word.
I'm hearing a lot of reluctance, and I'm just wondering. I mean, we could vote on this motion, I guess, but you're not comfortable, Dan, with saying set a target date. We're saying December 1st.
I
right?
agree with Dan about that, Susan. I don't think it can say target date. I feel like it's too wishy-washy. It has to be reopening. And if December 1st is where we want to go, then, I mean, I'm not going to quibble over whether it should be November or December.
Well, that was why I started off 2 years ago, trying to say, but anyway, whatever. I agree with you. I think it's a little squishy too. I would rather just say December 1st if we're going to do it. And honestly, if we're not comfortable on voting for that right now, then we should just vote it down. But I mean, the motion on the floor is the target date, so it would have to be amended to change it to affirmative.
Well, the other thing I think that's clear consensus by the board is if the circumstances change dramatically, we can then make a motion to change this motion.
I'm just worried that we live in a world that's so uncertain that we could work for December 1st, but it does send a message that such circumstances might change. And yes, we doesn't have to say target. And yes, we can change. We can change this as we wish.
We should
without saying targeted now.
But we should also consider there are 6 districts in Dane County who are successfully open right now. There are 4 districts very similar to us that are open right now. As of October 7th, there's been 25 positive cases of staff. This is from Dane County Public Health, or students at K-12 schools. 5 are from ages 6 to 11. The other 20 are from teachers and staff.
Yep.
So I mean, I think none of this is easy, and none of this it's a lose-lose. That's what this is. But I think there's enough, the numbers from the survey and the community is we need to have a plan for families that want to stay online and accommodate teachers and staff that don't feel comfortable teaching in person so that they can remain teaching online, and also have an option for in-person learning for teachers that are comfortable coming in, and most importantly for our students and families that need that option right now. I think, and we have to be flexible with the way that we do that for everybody. So I think we can do it. I do. I don't think it's going to be easy. I think we can do it. Dan, what I would like to know from you is how much time would it require to put something like that in place?
So minimum of 4 weeks, as far as once we know what the plan is, so we can survey parents and determine, have them register their children. And so, that's why the date was, proposed last week, is had you made a decision last week, we felt we could have been ready by second quarter. All along, that was our target date based upon what was approved, back before the start of the school year. So if the board is going to meet again in order to approve the actual model, from that point on, we need at least 4 weeks to move forward and to be able to coordinate the class list and the bus routes. Those are the two things that take time.
So we would need 4 weeks from the time we make the decision on the model.
Right.
So
We could take the date off this motion altogether, and Dan would deliver the date. He knows the direction he wants. We are asking him to go, and then he can deliver the date. He can put down a date or give us a date as soon as he knows is comfortable delivering. We can take the date off entirely.
He can't deliver a date though, Peter, because in order to have a date, he needs to get commitments from family so that he can do the planning, and he can't do that until we agree on a model.
Yeah.
And
so
so,
4 week.
Oh, I know, but my point is we can just take the date off this motion and ask Dan to get there with as much alacrity as he can get.
I'm not in favor of that.
No,
I think
I'm
that
not
we need to set a date.
Okay, I move to amend the motion to, I have to set the language, I guess, but to set the date at December 1st, instead of saying a target date, simply say.
Remove the word target.
As of December 1st. So actually, I guess you could do a friendly amendment that way. As of
No,
December.
you can't do a friendly. No such thing as a friendly amendment.
I know there isn't. But
just make a motion. Make a motion to remove the word target.
Okay. I move to amend the motion to remove set a target date and replace it with as of December 1st.
Sure.
Move to as of December 1st offer. That's weird language, but whatever. If it's an easier way to do it. Move to just strike as a target date of December 1st, so that the motion now reads, move to offer families an option of for 4K to remain virtual or to reopen in accordance with PHMDC requirements on December 1st. So
Sure.
add December.
Sure, whatever. Second.
Is that Peter? Seconded?
Yes.
Okay.
I just also want to, I know this is you saying this, Dan, but I just want to clarify that we're not going to ask staff that feels uncomfortable going back to in-person learning we're not going to demand that they go back. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct. Teachers are going to have to be assigned. We need to fill classrooms. We certainly will consider preference the best we can, but we have to assign teachers to teach in the classrooms.
What about staff that have pre-existing conditions or in a high-risk group?
Sure, I'm sure that would be the highest priority.
Does that includes staff with children or family members that fall into that category?
That would have to be determined. I think that should be a consideration.
Well, I think it has to be. We can't ask the staff to go back if they're high risk.
That's part of the plan, Eric, and we're going to talk about that.
I know. I just want that to be clarified, though, because I don't want to have a plan on the table and we're going to vote on a plan, and then we find out that we're sending a teacher back that has to go home and they have a child or a spouse or someone that falls in a high risk category and they have to go back because they have to work. And then we're putting somebody at significant risk there.
I agree. So we should make that part of the plan. I agree.
What if we moved it to January 25th? I mean, students are only going to be in school for part of that month because we have Christmas break. So an extra month wouldn't hurt it, I wouldn't think.
It doesn't.
Well, it's another concern about that time frame because, and I mentioned that a couple of people in conversations, that you do have Christmas and you have January 1st, and I mean, it'll be after Thanksgiving, but those are all times when we know families are going to be getting together and some people are going to be coming from out of state to be with their families. And so it increases the risk. So if it would make everybody more comfortable to say second semester, I mean, now that I said December 1st, we just need to move on it somehow, but I think that's why it would be harder to bring back older kids at this point. But again, I'm thinking the younger ones, maybe it's okay. I don't know. I mean, that's the current motion on the floor is December 1st. But
yeah, I guess I'm not comfortable with risking sending. I want to reopen again, but I'm not gonna vote on something that we end up sending a teacher back that is high risk. I don't support that at all, and I just don't. I don't know how anybody could.
But that's going to be part of the plan that we're going to approve, and we'll put that language in there.
Not according to what Dan just said.
Well,
Dan said that
it's the board.
It's going to happen.
It's the board who makes that directive of what needs to be in.
It's possible numerically. I think Dan was saying it's possible numerically. I don't think this is likely, but it's possible that if we were to grant everyone who has an underlying condition or has that situation, a medical situation where they can't come in, that we wouldn't have enough teachers to do the hybrid thing and we'd have to hire somebody. I mean, is that your concern, Dan? I mean, is that why you can't guarantee?
Well, we can't guarantee anything. I do think based upon our latest survey results,
that's kind of
given the large number of families that would likely opt out for virtual, I would be surprised if we're not able to accommodate teachers who have the risk factors as you described, either personal or family. But we don't know.
Right.
So then I would like to maybe clarify that in some way, that maybe there could be a process for, teachers that fall into that category that we would say they would have to go back. They should have an opt-out option or something. I guess, I don't know how the other board members feel, but I'm not going to risk somebody's health and possible death because we're forcing them to go back to work.
Well, we had, let's see.
If we don't put this in motion, again, I think that's a very, very valid point. I totally support needing to know that before I can pass a plan. But I think we have to make Dan put the plan together and include those pieces and put that on a list in an email, Eric, that you want that included in the plan, just like several of the other things you suggested that are really good. But I think we need to move forward. We have to pass this motion to get the plan.
I agree. Okay.
I mean, I also think that if the overarching goal is for us to assume no risk, right, then the best course of action is to vote this down, right? Because no matter what we do in person, no matter what safeguards we have, no matter how good the kind of, HR plan is around both, opting out and, what happens when folks get sick, we are assuming a risk by putting staff and students back in the building together. And that is that's an inevitability. And so I think if there's a discomfort there in doing that, then the solution is then we stay virtual.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the problem with that is that it also creates a lot of mental health and significant issues for the families that do want to go back. My concern is just, I don't want to, I think there's a risk. We're all assuming that there's a risk. There's no way around that. I just don't want to put people who fall into the high risk category in jeopardy. That's what I'm concerned about.
I 100% agree with you, Eric. I 100% agree with you.
with
I
that.
don't think anyone here wants to put anyone at risk, right?
Well, we have about, I think it looked like we had about, on that survey, 38 of our teachers who were either moderately or slightly uncomfortable, I think, coming back. So that's a significant number. So I think if we're feeling that way, then maybe we shouldn't even be talking about this yet.
Well,
38.
Oh, wait.
We already passed the motion.
Yeah, I want to vote on this motion. We should vote on it.
We didn't vote on it yet.
I think I have very valid questions before voting on this motion. So I think those are very important to clarify. And I'm still ready to vote on the motion, but I think those were important concerns to raise. So
I agree, Eric. I think they were very important concerns to raise. I'm glad you raised them.
They are, and we have a lot of staff. Actually, I looked at this. I was missing the part that said extremely uncomfortable. We have a lot of staff who aren't comfortable. Now I don't know what that means. I don't know if they have underlying conditions or not. There's no way to know that from the.
Well, there were 160 new cases of COVID today.
Right.
Hospitalizations jumped and there was another death reported in Dane County.
No, I know.
Right. Yeah. Well, so there are districts, Mount Horeb, I believe Monday said they're staying virtual all semester. Somebody else just went virtual. I got an email today and I can't remember who it was. So there are districts making that. The Sun Prairie is still virtual, right? Middleton is still virtual. So there are other districts. I mean, if that's of comfort to anybody. I mean, it's just difficult because we're hearing from people who are upset about this and really want a choice, but we do have to look at the safety first, the safety of our staff and as well as the kids.
Right.
So if we're really not comfortable, we can't make up our minds. I think we just need to vote this down and say we clearly aren't ready yet. But here's the thing. I think we do have to, because whenever we go back, it is going to be on a hybrid plan. So we still need to have that board meeting, whatever we decide right now, very soon to settle on a plan so that we can be ready. I don't know. I
mean, I don't want to take all the time we've spent and vote this down. I made my concerns. Those concerns are not going to change. I will continue to advocate for those concerns.
They're serious concerns. I agree. And there's
right. And I will, but at the same time, I do want to get something on the table, and I am prepared to vote on this plan. I don't necessarily think, I think I would support it and then just continue to work on it to make sure it's the best that it can be, and provide feedback to Dan and trust the district and trust Dan and the principals that we are not going to put staff that fall in high risk categories. We're going to come up with the solution for that. We can do that. I think we can all agree that we can find a way to make that happen. I'm counting on that, but I also think it's important. We spent a lot of time tonight discussing this, and I think everybody had very valid concerns and questions. I think we need to vote on it. I can say I'm comfortable voting on it as the motion, as the amendment that you made, Susan. But I would like to get a vote tonight. So, and I don't want to say that we should vote it down. I don't agree with that.
What he said.
Maybe. Go ahead. Susan.
Here's what I would
frozen.
add to that. I think we can make this motion, and we still have the option of not accepting the in-person plan. So we can say we support this because we want to try it. And then if in fact we can't have a plan that protects the teachers, the students, and their safety, then we don't vote positively on the plan. But we can say we want to see a plan and see if it'll work. So I think this is a good step for us, just little steps at a time, because otherwise we're not going to see a plan.
Hey, you really need to clarify what you mean by a plan, because the plan is the instructional plan. Everything else is already in place as far as our HR procedures, and so if you want to modify those, then you better be talking about January, because now we're getting into a lot more detail. I'm not sure what you mean by a plan.
I mean, I agree, right? So I think that there's danger in saying, okay, so we're going to do this thing and we're going to try it. And then as it creeps closer, we may pull the rug out from under it, because for parents that are being planful, right, about like what that means. So let's say, like, I'll give you my personal example, right? So I have a child who goes to a childcare center, right? Planning for an exit potentially of that childcare center, and then we come back together and say, oh, actually, never mind, we're not going to do it now, and now I'm scrambling again. And so we can't do it that way. We have to say we're committed to, I'm just going to keep on our dates, right? We're committed to December 1st. We recognize that we're going to assume risk. We are going to trust the district to be able to make the safest plan possible that protects the kids and our staff, right, to the maximum extent possible. And we're going to commit to moving that direction. Or alternatively, you know what? We heard it all. We discussed it, right? We've had really lengthy, great discussion. And the risk is too high. We're not ready to assume it. And we're going to stay virtual for the rest of the semester. And that to me is like, we have to be that binary. We have to be that clear.
Yeah, I'm for the start of the second semester. I think, again, the December is a shortened month. And then I think the second semester gives us more time. So I'm moving for January 25th.
January 20, yeah, I'm sorry, I just saw Lisa's note. January 25th is the start of the second semester, so it would be January 25th. Yeah, it kind of sounds like to me, maybe that's better. I mean, it's pushing it off, but
I mean, yeah, we see what we have to acknowledge is that we can try and set a date in stone today, and the health metrics might go to pot, and then we can't reopen. So that the safe thing to do is say we're never going to reopen. We're going to be all virtual forever. But we're going to face this same problem, the same questions, any date we pick, January, March, whatever date we set.
Right.
We can delay this, we can put it off and say that it'll make it easier, but you know what? It's not going to. We're going to face the same things. And actually, we'll have more unknowns, more will change between now and then.
And one of the things we didn't really ever talk about, and I guess maybe we won't till we get to the model, is whether this instructional model really will be better, since it'll be part-time of some, it'll either be 2 days a week or half days every day, something. Whether that's really going to be better, and whether that potential for it to be better does sufficiently mitigate against the risk of increasing the spread and the rolling closures, because we know that it's likely we might have rolling closures, which,
yeah.
So those are also important questions, which we didn't even really get to, because we don't, and it's hard to, it's sort of circular thinking, because until you know what the model really looks like, it's really hard to know how instructionally that can be. There are issues with all those models, though. I mean,
yeah,
I don't personally, I'm not convinced that any of them are better than what we have right now. I'm totally going by the fact that we seem to have a significant number of kids for whom this is problematic. That's probably the only thing in my mind that's arguing for it, and I just don't substantially better. It merits all this anxiety. I don't know if there are other solutions. I just don't know. I mean, that's hard.
So we have a motion on the table,
Right.
correct? But do we have a date attached to that motion?
Yeah, December 1st.
Yeah.
December 1st. Do we want to
change the date?
Do we want to change the date to what Lorraine suggested and amend it to change the date to that? Or do we want to vote on the December 1st date?
My preference would be to vote on the December 1st date, but I will defer to the rest of the group if I'm not in the majority there.
I'm fine voting on December 1st.
Well, I don't understand that, Elizabeth. I thought you said we needed more time. I thought you were the one who said we needed more time.
No, I think that we need a actual firm solution. So the firm
It's a firm
solution to me is either we're going to say we're reopening in a hybrid model at the date in which we've decided, or we're saying we're remaining virtual. And to me, then the next logical place to revisit that would be at semester. And I think from my perspective, and I get the anxiety here, this is a really, really, really big, hard, impossible decision, right? And I recognize the fact that like punting it down the road, like doesn't actually help us feel less anxious about it, right? It just kind of delays, to Peter's point, sort of delays like, okay. And then when it comes up again, we're going to be in the same spot. So from my perspective, we have to take a step forward. We have to decide. And then, right, then we'll have more data, more information. And then when 3, 5 come up, and then when middle school and high school come up, right, we are able to have those conversations in a more informed way. I feel like the first step is always the hardest, and this is the first step.
And let's be clear, no student or family that wants to stay virtual online is going to be expected to go back to in-person. They're going to be able, now things might change a little, but they're going to have that option.
Well, that's a definite.
Yeah.
I think that's a definite. I mean, we had close to 54%, 55% of families said they would stay virtual now. And when more of them see the model, it may be more than that. I don't know. I mean, it's just hard to calculate that, but I think, I guess I've been kind of thinking, because it seems like well, see, we don't know. I mean, I think Oregon just started a week ago, right? Back in person. So some districts haven't been doing this for this. So as far as learning from what's going on in other schools, that's hard. I guess I've been thinking if the numbers kind of stay roughly like they are now, realizing they just spiked again. I mean, if that continues and it keeps going up, that's where I meant, we may do all this planning and make all these commitments, and then we may say, you know what, this just seems like a really bad idea. I mean, I'm not going to feel committed to stay with this if the county goes haywire with the cases. Right now, I don't see that happening. So I feel like it's okay to make this commitment, to do the plan, get the commitments from parents.
If we give a target date, I mean, I think we don't want to be giving any false hope to the people who want that option, right? So if people want to go back to in-person learning and we give them a target date, and then we come back and we don't meet that target date, shouldn't we make a decision?
Oh yeah, no, I'm saying I'm feeling mixed. I'm leaning towards making the decision as December 1st. I'm just saying, I think we always have to recognize it's kind of like we could be back in person right now and have things blow up and have to close everything again. I mean, when you look at what's happening at schools around the state, they've all had these rolling closures of either whole schools or classes or grade levels or whatever. That's, but they're open for older kids. I mean, I think the case is still to be made that bringing the younger kids back is much less risky right now. So all I meant to say was, yes, if we agree on December 1st, we make all our plans for December 1st, we do it, unless unless it turns out that kids are getting sick that young all of a sudden. I mean, that there are big problems in Dane County, we'd have to say, you know what, we can't do it. I mean, that could happen anyway. So no, I'm committing to it. If we vote for this, I think we commit to it, and that's what we do. And we start planning right away, and we start looking who's not.
We should vote
in terms of their pre-existing conditions. Okay, so the motion then is to move to offer families of 4K2 the option, families an option for 4K2 to remain virtual or to reopen in accordance with PHMDC requirements on January 1st. That's the motion as it stands.
It's on January 1st or December 1st?
I'm sorry, what did I say? January, December? I'm seriously fading here. On December 1st. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor? Susan,
Aye.
Elizabeth,
Aye.
Peter,
Sorry, aye.
Eric,
Maybe one of the hardest votes I've ever made, but I'm going to say aye.
okay, Lorene,
Nay.
okay. And I'll say aye. And I agree with you. It is really hard. I don't feel 100%
It's
comfortable.
incredibly stressful.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, it's a terrible vote.
Terrible.
it is. Well, it's what Weinberger said in his letter. He's right. It's the hardest vote ever.
Mhm.
And it feels like a compromise. I'm not sure it's a compromise for the better. I mean, okay.
The reason I feel
Dan-
more comfortable is I feel we, as Susan stated earlier, if the whole thing blows up, we can still call it off. Understanding that
That's not the plan, but plans.
that's
best
difficult
plans.
for Dan, but this is so unpredictable. And we have to move it.
Dan, is there anything else on the agenda that needs to be settled tonight?
I was just going to ask that.
Did I talk to you about that, Dan?
Hang on. Like the P card thing or anything like that? Does that need to be done?
I do need the P card done if possible.
Okay.
We move to the P card item and
Which is
then
number 4, right? Yeah.
delay the rest of the.
You also need to do item 3 and
Yeah.
choose a delegate.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that should be pretty easy.
Do we need the policy because of 22-626?
We could just tack that. Can't we just tack that on to our upcoming special meeting?
Yes.
I'm okay with that. If Dan's okay with that.
Okay. All right. So then let's move to, we'll just go in reverse order. So we'll move to item 4, resolution authorizing the issuance of individual procurement cards.
Yes, so these are purchasing cards that would be given to buildings administration and clerical offices for the purposes of processing orders. Currently, we use U.S. bank credit cards. However, purchase cards give us more control over that. We actually, they don't set up revolving credit. We set those on a monthly basis. They're uploaded into our system. So that's the reason that we're making this recommendation to move away from the credit cards into the purchasing cards. We still use our PO system, and that will be the primary purposes. But what we're seeing is more and more companies move away from accepting purchase orders, and then the purchasing cards give us that ability to monitor that closer than the credit cards.
Okay, Peter?
How would those transactions, would they be on the monthly reports that show up in our consent agenda and come to the treasurer for signatures? Would those transactions, or will they disappear from us?
Nope, they will still come to you guys. But they actually will be more detailed. Right now, you see those in the concept of everything is to the U.S. bank credit card. With the purchasing card, actually the vendor's name will appear so you can see, and then you can see it's paid by a purchasing card.
Okay. Very good. As a holder of a purchasing card, carry on. They're very convenient. Here's a purchasing card, the P card. They're very convenient way of doing business. So
yes.
Okay, then I would ask for a motion approving the resolution authorizing issuance of individual procurement cards as presented.
So moved.
Second.
There's a second. All those in favor?
Hang
Susan?
on, one
sorry.
brief question.
Yeah.
One brief question, which is, we're a tax exempt organization. One thing about them is that it can be hard. How will you enforce the tax exemption?
Similar to what we currently do. It's similar to what we do with our credit cards. Obviously, we continue to educate our staff members, and if there is one, there's the ability for those cards to be revoked from usage if they don't continue to push those and follow board policy with sales tax or purchasing guidelines.
Okay. Thank you. No.
Okay, any other questions or conversation? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Susan?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Eric?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Lorraine?
Aye.
And aye. So the motion carries. Then the next item is the selection of a board representative to the WSB Region 12 election. Which we can all go to the meeting, but only one board member will be allowed to vote because it's one vote per board. And of course, Andrew is one of the candidates. So who would, are there any volunteers? Anybody who would like to be a delegate? I mean, be the, I don't know, delegate's the right word. Elector.
Oh. Now, the elector gets to vote on
This is on October.
the
Tuesday,
director election. Okay.
Tuesday, October 27th, and you're voting on the director election.
The season director. Okay.
Oh, I guess I didn't read the directions here, but it looks like you vote. Should join the join the election meeting by 6:25 p.m. so we can begin the meeting on time, and then that's when you vote. And you get a discrete link, so only one person can vote.
I'm happy to do it.
Okay, sounds good to me. Is that, were you good with that, Peter?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Everybody else? I mean, is there anybody else that wants to do it?
I think that's really nice that Peter will do it. I think
I think it's great. I mean, I plan to go to the meeting, but I just assume, yeah, that's
yeah,
fine.
and I don't know if I can clear the date. That's why I was seeing if somebody else could do it, because I'd like to do it for Andrew too.
Okay. All right. Then Peter will be our representative. And that's it. Then,
Do we have to motion that, Susan? There's a recommended motion in the
oh, yeah,
board doc.
I guess we should. Okay. Let me move back up to.
I can do it. I
Okay.
move approval of Peter Sobel serving as a board representative to WASB Region 12 election meeting.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Who, I'm sorry, I had my.
Lorraine got it.
Lorraine, okay.
Just edged Eric out.
Okay. So all those
We
in
both
favor,
edged me
signify
out.
by saying aye. Susan?
Aye.
Elizabeth?
Aye.
Eric?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Lorraine?
Aye.
Aye. So the motion carries. All right, then the rest of this will be on the next board agenda, except for the policy revisions might be on the special meeting agenda, as I understand it. And oh man, we have a lot more to do. Oh yeah, I don't know how we ever thought we were gonna get through this. Okay, so then future meeting dates. I mean, really, there's some substantive conversation to come yet. So do we want to talk about a date possibly for the special meeting, or do you want to?
Yes, I'd like to get it on the calendar.
Yes.
Okay.
So there's two options for next week. 20th, we already have Teaching and Learning Equity Committee at 4:30, so you could meet following that. Or we could go on Wednesday, the 21st, and start at 6 p.m.
Those are both fine. Those are fine for me, both of those.
Both fine for
They're
me.
both okay for me.
Dan, you have a preference?
I prefer Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah, they're both okay. If everybody can do it Wednesday, that's okay with me. What
Okay.
time do we want to start? Do we want to make it? I mean, 6 o'clock, 5:30. I mean, what are people?
Yeah, I gotta do 6:30 on Wednesday.
30. Okay. That's all right. Okay. So 6:30 Wednesday, the 21st.
Okay.
Then,
And then when we set the agenda, could we do the policy first? Because that shouldn't take long and just get that done. Can we put
yeah,
that first?
that probably is a good idea. Yeah. Thank you for that. And it means we won't have discussed the equity and education policy before the TLE meeting, but that's okay.
That's okay.
Move on with something else. Okay. All right. Then I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay. Eric,
Second.
second. Peter, was that a second?
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye. And I'll just, okay. Aye.
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 I think the motion carries. All right. Thank you.